Hi there, Truth. Good to see ya. Getting everything set up. Got caught by my teenager. Excuse me. Okay. Oops. So how are you doing tonight, my dear? Get my piece of candy. Pop. I did have a decent week. I was really tired this week. I don't know what was going on, if it's just the weather or what. But yeah, I felt like I just could not get enough sleep no matter how much I slept. But now next week's going to be the doozy. They're calling for like over 100 degrees every day. Like, I think I saw like 105, 108. So, phew. Hey, Nadia, how's it going, girl? So, I'm definitely trying to get all my outside stuff done so that we don't have to even leave the air conditioning if we don't have to. So, it'll be a lot of door dashing and a lot of grilling out, all that stuff, because my hair is way too curly and I am way too ornery to be out in that stuff. There's no way. So, oh man. Hang on one sec. Hey, Duggity Doug, good to see you. Ooh, Nadia. It's Cutsy after dark. Nadia's in her birthday suit. That's why I'm late. I was in a scramble trying to fight with my teenager. Hi, Jerry. About getting in the shower. We have one bathroom. And did dinner. Got the little guy in the bath. And he's got like eczema. And so I had to do like a, I don't know if you guys have ever, it's almost like he gets cradle cap. So, I had to do the shampoo and baking soda and vinegar on his scalp, trying not to get it in his eyes. He's all over the place. Got that done. And I smelled like a salad. So afterwards with all the vinegar. So I wanted to take a shower. Of course, my teenager wanted to take a shower at the same time. So mom won, but I was a little bit late. Oh no. Oh, I hate when that happens, Nadia. Mine did that last year when it got really, really warm out. When it got really warm out, and it ended up being a it was like a clogged drain in it, because we kept going outside and hosing it off and all that stuff, and it would get a little bit cooler. But now I was watching on, I can't remember if it was TikTok or IG, but a guy was showing a trick for cooling down your house. And he took 2 frozen water bottles and used those little oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the words. The little zip ties to zip tie him on the back of a fan and then blow the fan. And it was showing, and according to him, his room was in the 60s. So yeah, that's what we had to do. We had to leave ours off overnight and let everything thaw out. And then driver he like, I don't know, he took it apart or something and went in and cleaned some. It had like gook in the line that was supposed to drain out the condensation. So that was backing up and freezing the coils. Mine does that whenever it has to work super hard. So I'm glad I got to come on though. Yesterday, I wanted to so badly, but I ended up getting such a bad headache. We were running all day. I do not have a poker face or a poker mouth, so if I'm not feeling good, then I am grumpy. I just thought I like everybody too much. I'm just gonna sit here. I went to the dollar store and I got some of those, a bag of those Chico sticks or whatever they're those little candies. They're the coconut. And I sat there and I drank a pop and I had my Chico sticks and I said, forget it. Hey, Canvas, good to see you, girly. Well, I got all my best chatters in here tonight. I'm excited. All of us night owls. Well, it's Friday night. So, and there's something about dollar store candy. I found a bag of those, do you guys remember? I don't know, my grandma always had a dish of them somewhere. They were the little strawberry candies, and they also came in those like Harry and David boxes with the, at Christmas time with the fruit and the crackers and cheese and all that stuff. They're the little strawberry candies with the gel in the middle. I found them at the dollar store. And I am so, so happy because I have been on so much allergy and sinus stuff that my mouth is like a desert. So, especially if I'm going to be talking, I had to have something. And I was so excited when I found those. The only problem is it's like eating a blow pop. Like I have trouble just eating it and not like biting through to the center. So, real world problems, right? I got, and it was a big bag for it's not a dollar store anymore. It's a $1.25 store. But ours you have to watch because now it's not just $1.25 stuff. They have like, I was looking at these cute little lanterns. Oh, I like the butterscotch ones too. I saw those too. I almost grabbed those. I grabbed the cinnamon buttons and the strawberry ones. And I'll probably end up going back and getting the butterscotch ones because I've got one of those. It's like a giant mason jar. And, I love those Werthers too. And you know, I take those Werthers in the wintertime and I'll just throw a couple right in my coffee and they melt, or in my tea. So good. So good. And then I kind of feel like I'm making a fancy coffee. Or you can crush them and sprinkle them on top of ice cream, or sprinkle them like right on top of your coffee. So good. And somewhere last year I found it was a recipe for, my mom used to make these baked apples that had, she actually would use cinnamon Red Hots. And it would melt and make this kind of candy cinnamon coating over them. Well, this one was, it was similar to that, but you used, was it the Werther's? Were there like Werther's cinnamon apples? Something like that. You used that and you like stuffed the center of the apples and then baked them. I thought, I never tried it, but it looked really, really good. So that might be something for fall that we have to try. Oh yeah, it's really good. And it gives just enough of like a caramel flavor and like a sweet flavor. And I didn't really have to adjust my sugar. I put sweet and low in my coffee, but I didn't make it overly sweet. It was really good. So we'll have to do that. I used to do that in here. When it gets cold out, we'll do like a coffee of the day. I've got some cool dupe recipes that I do. One is called a snowball. And it is so good. It uses amaretto coffee and white chocolate, hot chocolate. And you mix that together. Either that or you can how I had it at the coffee shop is they took and they steamed milk and added like the almond syrup to it and then put it in with like 2 or 3 shots of espresso. Oh my gosh, it's so good. But I made a dupe at home that's not quite as loaded with caffeine, but still pretty good. So yeah. So now that I've got you all here, I'm dying to know what you think. Because we've got another note. Harvey got another note. And I don't know, some weird stuff's going on right now. I feel like you've got YouTubers getting, now, do they all have something to do with each other? Do they not? I don't know. You've got YouTubers getting arrested out there in front of Nancy's house. You've got then these ransom notes come back up and people are talking. They're talking about, was there a proof of life? Did they say, yeah, it's all coming back up again, Jerry. It's like, and I'm just, I don't know. I feel bad. I feel like there's so much drama that's surrounding this that doesn't have to be there. And I'm getting to where I don't believe anything that I hear about it anymore. And I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. Well, they were talking about the note sounding feminine because of the wording. Now, I've heard a couple different theories. I've heard a couple different theories from different people in the past couple days. One was that it was a woman that wrote this second note, at least, that was saying, you know, basically, we're sorry, we didn't know how bad she was. She passed shortly after hi Austin. She passed shortly after we took her, blah, blah, blah. She's now buried with nature. That it was a little bit softer, more, and telling Savannah or whoever, because apparently they were written to Savannah, or that one was, but saying, you know, there was nothing you could have done to prevent this, like reassuring her. And so I guess the theory is kind of, it was more of a nurturing personality, whereas a man wouldn't necessarily speak in that way, and not somebody that was a kidnapper. You know, I mean, this to me whoever did this, took her out of that home, has to be pretty heartless, cold. You know, I mean, it's an 84-year-old woman who's obviously not, health-wise isn't great. If they had watched her, like some of the theories say, they would see. Well, and that's just it too. Like, does Harvey just need some attention? You know, like, I'm starting to really feel like anything that we hear about this is just clicks and views. Because I don't know what to believe. Because every single person that the information is coming from seems to have something to gain from it. And I don't know. I'm getting really sick and tired of Harvey, okay? Like, I don't believe that whoever wrote those notes to Savannah and the family wrote these notes to Harvey. I think this is, you know, and then now we have Derek Kalela entering in the picture again. He's now changing his plea. And why? He pled not guilty. You're supposed to go to court, what was it, the 22nd? And now it's continued to July 2nd because he's putting in a new plea. What does that mean? Like, are there this many levels to this? Or did somebody just put into ChatGPT? This is another theory I heard. Did ChatGPT write this? Did they explain the feeling that they wanted to convey? And ChatGPT wrote this out. I thought that from the beginning of the ransom notes, when they were talking about how organized and intelligent these people seemed. You don't have to be organized or intelligent anymore. All you have to do is have a phone with ChatGPT on it. In fact, you don't even have to have ChatGPT on your phone. You can just go through Google and do it. So, and we found when there was that rumor that came out about that they were checking on people that had spoke or had, what was it? There was that rumor going around, that they were investigating people that had searched Nancy Guthrie's and Savannah Guthrie's financial information, bio information, stuff like that after that special, that homecoming special that she did. And then it came out that no, they can't do that. They can't really do that. They can look and find keywords and things like that, but they can't usually narrow it down. Not something like that. Which can they? I believe they can. I mean, that's how, if the right people were searching, because, yes. Well, that was, Savannah, what she had said when her reply back, that just ask her, she'll tell you. That was the Sandslands. Was she the president? The president's daughter or the congresswoman's daughter, whoever, I can't remember what her title was. But, yeah. And so that to me also seems very kind of chat GPT-ish. And I don't know. And then it's brought up again. A lot of us heard it. A lot of you were on here with me live when we were watching it all happen. When we heard across the radio that there was an 84-year-old woman that was brought into the hospital through med flight with heart condition. I thought about that too, Tuck Girl. Hi, by the way, hi. And yeah, I thought about that too, Tuck Girl, that if it is a woman, it could be the kidnapper's wife or girlfriend. That's what I thought too. Is it? And maybe she's like, all right, you screwed up. Let me take care of this. I still wonder, do they know them somehow? Because that almost like why would you even send a note? You could have just literally, if this was professional, they literally could have just disappeared off the face of the earth and gone away and never, because if you return a body, you're returning evidence. You're returning the possibility of your DNA, a hair, something being on there, a trace to where she came from. Every time you send a note, an email, whatever it be, you're taking that chance. And if these were professionals, I don't see that happening. And I think I said it the other night. I was saying, what if this is somebody that knows her and they did not have any intention of harming her? Maybe they knew the family. They knew her. They knew who her daughter was. They knew that her daughter and her were close. Maybe they started, maybe it was somebody that was there doing work or whatever, and she mentioned who her daughter was because she's a proud mom. And this person started looking into it and started thinking, oh. And hearing her talk all the time about her mother being her greatest gift. That was something that she said. She was quoted saying it quite a few times. And I think she said it in that last trip. But obviously her health was bad and she passed away. And because they do have that connection, like maybe it is someone's wife or girlfriend who knew her as being you know, Miss Nancy, her husband's boss, her boyfriend's boss, whatever, and thinking, oh my God, we can't just leave it like this. We have to at least let them know that she's not alive anymore and that we took care of her. Because there still is that guilt. And they want the kids to know. And they don't want them, because this was supposed to be something maybe, brilliant. Here's a brilliant idea. We just take her for the night. These people pay the money. We drop her off at a bus station somewhere and nobody knows. People do desperate things when they need money. And they come up with stupid ideas. And they play checkers instead of playing chess when they do something like this. And this person sending the stuff to Harvey, I don't know if I believe this. I don't know. I don't know if I believe it. Because now all of a sudden, the other ransom notes are getting attention. And now another one comes into TMZ. Let me play this. I'm going to do, I'll do my stoppy starty thing for commentary, but I don't know. I feel weird about this. I felt weird about the other ones too, but this one really, the timing is odd. And
see another email from the man who says he knows who Nancy Guthrie's kidnappers are and can lead the FBI to those kidnappers for 1 Bitcoin. So the man writes,
and I don't understand. I guess I don't understand why they haven't dealt with this yet. If he says he can say where she is, then do it.
that he has clearly been following things we've been saying, questioning the FBI telling us that the person who wrote this might be a female. The person does not say he's a male for sure, but he puts a big question mark there. And then also puts a question mark where we say we might be doing a documentary. So he says in this email,
a documentary. I thought the documentary, well, he did say something about doing a documentary, didn't he, the other day? Harvey did. I swore he did. About say, like, we could do a documentary on this. He did say that.
That he is not, as he puts it, I am not the idiot who recently called in a tip about her burial site in Mexico. He goes on to say, only 2 are directly involved, and I doubt they would be the ones calling to snitch on themselves. So he has said to us before that there were multiple kidnappers and there was a main kidnapper, but definitely plural kidnappers. He has said.
He made it sound before like it was a bigger group. Excuse me. So I feel like that too, Jerry. I feel like everything is so lost. The truth is so lost behind all this just crap. Circus.
That before. In this email, which by the way we have sent to the FBI,
and Harvey is just as guilty as anybody else in this for creating it.
He says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here. He says, while what it contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short.
And again, then put a still. Then send a still to the FBI. Or how about this? How about just be a good person? You can let someone know exactly where she is and nobody ever find out who you are. Just to be a good person, to have good karma.
Video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. And that's what he says. He doesn't.
Or is this just some doof that wants to be part of this and is sending them on this wild goose chase because they get a thrill out of this?
Say a safe deposit box, but he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password. So he did not. This is clearly the guy who has been sending us these emails, because he says that the Bitcoin address he gave us before is no longer working. And he actually wrote the Bitcoin address down, and it does match what we saw previously, and we've never reported that.
No, but you showed the paper on national TV. That's how people were able to check the Bitcoin address, you doof. And that's it. Exactly. Somebody wanting to play games. Somebody wanting to see if they can solve this riddle.
Gives a new Bitcoin address, and he says he wants a Bitcoin, and in return, he will basically deliver access to that phone, as he puts it, on a silver platter. So look, we've sent it to the FBI, and this has become such a cat and mouse game. If this person is real, then go to wherever that phone is and get a screen grab of something proving that you're not a liar and somebody.
Hey, Kelly, how you doing? And this is the thing. If he's giving them what they want, he's giving them attention. This could be just some giant game. I have literally no trust in any of this anymore. It's, oh no, you better save the geese.
Who is trying to inflict more pain in the Guthrie family. If you've got something,
exactly.
send it. I mean, you've been sending us more than a dozen emails. Send us something to show you're not a fraudster. We'll obviously send that on to the FBI. But if you have that information, I would assume, I don't know, but I would assume that they would play ball with you. But send us something, because there are a lot of fraudsters out there. And we have been open, and we were allowed to say this. We know the FBI is still looking for you, and they believe you might be real, but they must have enough doubt that they haven't paid you the money. And it's clear you're frustrated, but the question is, are you a fraudster? And send us something. Send us a screen grab of something that would allow authorities to say, this guy's the real deal, and maybe they will deal with you.
Yeah.
Before we go today, TMZ receiving yet.
I agree with that. Oh, yeah, she hopped in. She's fast. She's so fast, you know. But I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think this is real? Do you think this person really knows where Nancy's buried? Do you think these are two separate people? I mean, the theories are whipping around. I don't think so either. I think they're going to keep playing. And I don't know. This is just weird. It's like all of a sudden, all these people want attention again. Because the story wasn't about them anymore. The story was becoming about other people. Sadly, none of which were Nancy Guthrie. Sorry, Nancy. You have theories, Doug? No way. You know I love you, and I love your theories. But so what do you do you think that this is do you think that this person's legit, Doug? Or anybody? Do you guys, I mean, do you think they're legit? Do you think it's just I don't know. I'm flabbergasted, I guess. Is that a good word? Flabbergasted? That's an old people word, I know. But I'm an old people, kind of. And it's bugging me, that other note. The one that we were talking about earlier. Well, and that's what wasn't it in one of their first notes that he said that that's where he saw them with her? Was over the border? With the multiple people that had taken her? Well, that's what I was watching something earlier, and I don't know what it was. I can't remember if it was Megyn Kelly or um or who it was, but they were saying, basically, okay, I get it. You don't want to pay ransom because you don't want a bunch of people looking at you and thinking, okay, you're easy prey, or this, police department or the FBI will negotiate with you and you can get rich off doing these things. Okay, fine. I get that. I can't see there being a big rash of kidnappings because they pay Nancy Guthrie's ransom or whatever, but I don't know. I feel like Big Zig? Who is that? I know Big Zig. Walter Nash, right? Was that the one? Trying to remember. Because that was the guy that was walking through the neighborhood, right? Oh, another Walter? I'm so confused. Yeah. Yeah, put it in Discord because I am so confused. Okay, James Feather. Yes. And they think they found him the other day, but I checked those pictures. They're the same pictures, by the way. The picture of him eating sushi and the picture of him, was it on the beach or something like that? It's the same exact picture. So that's totally photoshopped. I already checked that out because I'm like, And Brian Guthrie is the reporter, right? James Feather and Walter Nash. And Walter Nash was he the congressman or the senator or something like that? See, my brain has melted. This has all melted my brain. But I did see that picture of James Feather. The two, they're trying to say that it was new, that he was doing well and all of this. I'm like, I don't think he's doing well. The lawyer. Okay. The base. Okay. Oh, I thought that it was a reporter. Okay. Because he kind of was on the juice that night, wasn't he? Or something, I think. Yeah. Wandering through the neighborhood. Okay. See, this is what happens. I have this stupid shoulder injury and I can't take notes. And my ADHD will not allow me to read like typed stuff and remember it. Yikes. Let me see. Let me see. Oh my gosh. I don't know who anybody is anymore. And it's still bothering me. Like I said, that everybody kept saying, well, that lady in the helicopter, well, they said it wasn't her, it didn't happen or whatever. And we heard it. We heard it go across the airwaves that night. I hate when that happens because, and I know it's on, I don't have the energy to go look, but I know it's on one of my live streams. I know it is. Because I think I got up out of bed that night or something to go, because I was like, oh, or I was getting ready to sign off. And all of a sudden, what? You really are FBI Doug. Oh, I did too. Oh, yeah, they just started popping up on my feed all of a sudden. I'm like, who is this? And they don't do any commentary or anything, right? But I've seen them commenting on other stuff, on like X and stuff, like the X X and YouTube. You do, Doug. Where's Jimmy Hoffa? I've been trying to figure that one out for years. See, this is too deep for me. That has been a question. They dug up that, what was it, a farmer's field a couple years ago here over, like, near the west side of the state. Came up with nothing. Man, Doug. I'm glad you're I'm glad you're, like, part of us. Let me tell you. But, I mean, that's the thing with YouTube and X, like, you literally could be sitting there talking to 3 people and it's all the same person. There's so many people that I figured out who a couple people are, not involved with this case, but just in general, and it's mind-blowing how many people are on here as one thing publicly and then going to different things in alts. And some of them are using to stir up stuff, some of them, so you really never know who you are talking to. Mm. The letter origin? What do you mean? The oracle writing? Is that what you're talking about? You have to elaborate. I'm slow. I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. I don't know. It's all very just confusing. I don't know. I hope. Right? I'm telling you. Oh, I didn't know that. Scripture, biblical poetry. That's what I wondered. Yeah, if it had come from a movie or a book. Hmm. I don't know. I just know that I think it's odd that Harvey keeps getting these, and I think the timing is all very odd. Here, let me put that up too in case anyone wants to look that up. I don't know. It just... excuse me. It's going to be interesting what happens in the next couple weeks of how this changes, how this turns, because there are so many facets to it now. There's her being missing. There's the fight between Savannah and the streamers and the neighborhood and the streamers. There's Derek Kalela that's going to be going to court. There's... who else? And then this new note. And I don't understand why an outlet like TMZ, you know what? Pay for it. Pay for it. Do something other than just spreading gossip, Harvey. Pay for it. Buy a Bitcoin. Pay for it. Get the phone. Be the one that breaks the case. I feel like he's playing games too. So what do you think that means? In connection with all this. And do you think it's just a verse that she felt comfort from? That was she sending a message? I mean, and that's been a theory that's rounding itself again, is that possibly does she have a suspicion that she knows who did this? Is it closer than they think? Or than we think? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Jerry. It's just odd. You know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's just the weirdo in the family, and maybe that's why they didn't want her to speak to anybody. Yeah. That's a lot of reading for my little ADHD brain, okay? Smoke break. It just is, I don't know. Part of me says if this was that simple, it would have been figured out that soon. That this is way deeper than we think. But then you have Occam's razor. That's the simplest answer is usually the right one. Oh, definitely, Doug. You've got some awesome theories. You use your brain. You're not willing to just jump on the train of the most popular theory that's going at the moment. And that's how things get figured out, is looking outside the box. Now, we heard Maureen say the other day, or my favorite FBI agent, that she believes that they're close. 75% in the next couple weeks, they will be. That's the only thing about this microphone is you can hear everything I do now. So I gotta be careful. I can't be hiccuping and burping and stuff like that. But any embarrassing movements in my chair. I was thinking the other day, I'm like, I need to put a blanket on my chair so in case my leg, with it being summer, in case my leg squeaks, I don't want anybody to think I'm being gross on my on my live. But I don't know. It's just weird that all these things are coming back up again. And see, that's it. Etten said the opposite. And his expert did too. He's like, part of me wonders if she was told to put that out there to put some heat on somebody that they don't really know, but that possibly if she goes out and says that since Porch Guy's probably the lowest man on the totem pole, that now if the guys above him start thinking, oh, he got himself caught, they're either going to do something or he's going to start getting scared and run and tell maybe to save himself. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's yeah. It's to cushion any noises that might happen. I do need a new chair though. I was looking on Temu the other day and they've got some really cool looking chairs, but I'm afraid I'm going to order one and it's going to end up coming and be like a Barbie chair or something, it'll be tiny. That happened to me before. I ordered this really cool, what I thought was a desk fan. And it was like an old time style with the metal blades and kind of reminded me of one that you would see like in an old detective movie, one of those old style ones. And I ordered it and I was so excited and it took weeks and weeks and weeks to come. And when I got it, it was a fan decoration. It didn't work. It was all made out of like resin. I was so mad. And it took me forever to open the stupid thing. Oh, I was so mad. Like, well, I learned my lesson. That was or last Christmas when I ordered a bunch of what I thought were window scrapers. And I got them in the mail and they were mini. They're like tiny. In fact, I've got them. I got to put them on the website because or I'll throw them in free with orders because like they look like they're tiny. They actually work really good to like scratch off like lotto tickets if you do that or scratching off price tags, stuff like that. But oh, I was so mad. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? So that my little stocking stuffer idea was gone out the window. I end up having to go hurry up and grab something else for the family party. So oh, see, I'm chonky, but I still have a bony butt. So I've got right now, but I don't know that it actually helps that much. Like, have you heard of those purple mattresses? They actually have purple like chair cushions that you can get. And um oh yeah, I'm not worried, Doug. I'm not worried. I give up anymore. Jerry, you crack me up. Oh, thank you, Truth. Thank you, thank you. I'll put that up there. I keep forgetting to ask. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like I said, everything just kind of all of a sudden went, but it's not just me. I'm noticing it with everybody. Like it just and I'm hearing that people aren't seeing like notifications. I even noticed that my my feed, it doesn't have the people on it that I normally watch. I have to literally go search for people. And so I don't know. Ever since YouTube redid all of its whatever it did, it's messed my whole world up, that's for sure. Let me Oh, wow. Well, she had said something in one of the reports or something that she was afraid of all of these streamers that were out in front of the house. So is she doing that to My dad used to have a Fonzie t-shirt, Jerry. He wore it everywhere. Yeah, mine doesn't do that either. I have to go and click on it. Yes. Sit on it, Potsy. I used to love that show. That's going to be interesting too, what happens with all of that. And that's again another completely divided topic. But yeah. You got to quit Doug, if you're going to manifest stuff, manifest that we all win $1 million, okay? Start manifesting that. Oh, Flo, Kiss My Grits. Yep, that's another good one. That's another good one. Let's see, is this... Now this is the expert, I believe, that was on Brian Enton in the center there.
So we discussed how the perpetrator might have been out there stalking, getting information about Savannah. Take a look at Nancy Guthrie in this picture. Notice anything on her left arm?
Yeah.
It's
the Fitbit or whatever.
an Apple Watch,
yeah.
with a white band.
Yeah.
Apple Watch with a white band.
And I thought that was the talk about that original ransom note, was that the things that they did say were things that they could have picked and, kind of cherry picked out of things that were already public.
Not for nothing, but you can see Nancy's skin. This happens sometimes with the elderly. With her skin looks almost purple from the mid forearm down, just underscoring that she was a fragile old lady. This is 2023, so 3 years before she would be abducted. You can see. I mean, look at that. It's like a picture of somebody who is frail. You can see her cane. You can see her old skin. I mean, aging. I don't mean old. I mean aging skin. Obviously, a circulatory problem because you can see the blood is pooling down on her extremities.
And right before this all happened, that one picture, she had a bandage on her arm. So her skin from all the blood thinners. Yeah.
And you can see the watch. So it's telling from a number of perspectives. Now, the CBS.com report said that the perpetrator described Apple Watch with a white band on the floor of her bedroom. So, if you're just somebody taking a shot.
That's what I thought about too. And they had done that one interview with her in her bedroom. And I didn't happen to notice if there was a charger or anything there or.
But that's risky to say that's where it was when you don't know. So you could know about the Apple Watch with the white band. I don't know that you'd be able to say where it was the day she was taken. And the other piece of it is Howard Bloom reporting specifically, he's adding this. He says the first note actually also correctly described what Guthrie had been wearing on the night she was abducted. Again, how accurate, how closely did they describe it?
And I want to know, how would they have known what she was wearing if they took her out of bed? How would they have known what she, and I mean, I just don't understand that. And she wouldn't have been wearing the clothes if she had been taken out of her bed in the middle of the night, then I mean, I guess maybe unless she only has, say, 2 or 3 sets of pajamas and one was missing. But yeah, the broken light too. Okay.
I know what my mom sleeps in every night, and you could, if you hit the category, I'd probably believe you. But if this person actually said, it was like leopard pajamas and that's what it was, you'd believe him. Like the FBI knows how close this guy came to the mark. And again, Harvey, who's been in constant contact with the FBI, is reporting that the FBI believes the first 2 are authentic. Savannah, constant contact with the FBI, believes the first 2 notes are authentic, like belong from the kidnapper. And my information was that the second note, the apology note, whatever we're calling it, the she's now died note, that the reason they believed it was from the first guy was that it also had a reference to the same Bitcoin account as was in the first. But that is somewhat contradicted by reports out now that there wasn't a renewed demand for payment. So why would they?
Yeah, they never did. They never said what kind of PJs. So we haven't heard that. Yeah, I just, I don't know. It's just, and the second note, like I said, doesn't make sense. If she passed away and you didn't know them, you don't owe these people, you don't, in your mind, you don't think you owe these people anything, whatever. Why write a second note telling them and kind of being like, sorry, and assuring them that this isn't their fault?
Which I believe, like everybody's saying there was no new renewed demand for payment in the second note. So why would he have even made reference to the Bitcoin? Maybe the first report was wrong, that there wasn't a second reference to the Bitcoin account, and it was simply the IP address, such as it was, obviously masked and so on, was traced back to the same location, obviously masked or not, that it matched the first note to the second. Okay, so that's all that. But here is what I want to ask you guys about. The Harvey friend contact, friend of the kidnapper, who keeps, texting in to Harvey or emailing. He is emailing Fitz.
And okay, at this point too, if this person knows this kidnapper, how does the kidnapper not know that their friend is doing this? If he was close enough to get a video of where she's buried, all this stuff, yada yada, it doesn't make sense. They do not taste like chicken, Jerry. I fell for that too, and they do not.
My conclusion is, my amateur sleuthing, this person is definitely not the same person as the person who wrote the first 2 notes, because now we figured out the timeline. The first 2 notes demanding payment for 4 or 6 million, and then the, oh, I'm sorry, she died. Those happened the first week Nancy had disappeared. She was taken on a Saturday into a Sunday. The first note came, we believe, on Tuesday, basically, saying pay us by Monday or else. And the Thursday deadline for the 4 million passed, and then they received the second note saying she died before it was time to pay the 6 million. The whole point is the first week, they allegedly had Nancy taken. They received one note saying 4 million or 6 million. They received the second note saying never mind, not never mind.
But yeah, saying that she passed away. So this was something that I thought was kind of odd too.
But she's died. Whoops, she's died. That's what led to Savannah and her siblings coming out and saying on video, we understand. We really want to celebrate with our mother. This is important to us. We will pay. And the belief now is that this is them not explicitly acknowledging she's dead, as they've been told, because they don't want all of us to go away and stop looking for Nancy, because they don't know if this is real, right? So like, she might be dead. This might be the actual kidnapper. But if it's not, or if she's not, they don't want all of us to take our foot off the pedal and go away and stop covering.
I get that. I understand that. But yeah, February 2nd, February 5th, and February 9th.
this. So the family wants to telegraph to the kidnapper, if it's real, we'll give you money for her corpse. Please stay in touch with us. Tell us how to do that. And while keeping us all on the line. But the friend of Harvey doesn't appear until second week. And his first message says, time is of the essence. I've seen them, and suggested maybe in Mexico. Then a day or two later sends another note saying, time is no longer of the essence. Telegraphing like, she's died now. Like between his first note and his second note. But the other person, a week earlier, pulled the same routine. Give us the 4 to 6 million or else. And then a couple days later, she died.
So technically they already knew that she had, when they sent the first one. So I wonder if Harvey knew that, since he was in contact with the FBI, that they had already told the family that she died when the second person. See, so I don't know that I believe this second person.
So this is not the same person. I mean, maybe it's the same fraud being perpetrated from different angles, but that's what's happened. So initially I thought maybe friend of Harvey was dovetailing at the same time as the first 2-letter guy. And initially they were like, right, pay, time is of the essence. They both were kind of saying that. And then they initially were both like, and never mind. But that's not true. It was a week later. And it's part of the reason why I think friend of Harvey is completely bullshit. I have an open mind on the first guy. Friend of Harvey seems like a complete fraudster. And last but not least, let me play what Harvey Levin said just a couple of hours ago.
Well, yeah, because if they already knew that she was gone, if they were this in touch with these kidnappers and with these people, then they would have already known when they sent their first note that she was gone. And it should have just been a note saying that we know she's already gone. The first letters, yeah. And that's what I don't understand too. It's like, why not pay? And then you have, even if it doesn't pan out, but if somebody takes that money, you've then got a trail, right?
As he revealed, friend of Harvey or friend of kidnapper has been in touch yet again. And this is what he said. Top 49.
Only 2 are directly involved. He says that he has video. He has video of Nancy Guthrie with the main kidnapper. He says, while what it contains is my definition of delivering it on a silver platter, a short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the kidnappers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off.
South of the border. That's the note writer that was saying, I know who the kidnappers are, I know where she is, and wanted what was it, like a half a Bitcoin is what they asked for first. The person that has the 10-year-old burglary on their record, and they don't want to, whatever.
It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. That's what he says. He doesn't say a safe deposit box, but he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password.
John Kelly.
Yeah. And they possibly didn't know that the first letter writers had already told the family that she had passed. Well, and see, that's it. Exactly. And because there are so many shady people, will they ever be able to get to the truth of what actually happened?
Thoughts on that?
This guy's looking for his 15 minutes of fame in a Bitcoin. That's about what this amounts to me. I mean, this is just, silliness. I mean,
You don't believe that guy at all?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it for 1 minute. He's getting off that it keeps getting reported, and he's on TV, and he's hearing about himself, and he's getting off to that, and he's trying to get a Bitcoin in the meantime. This guy, look, I can be wrong, right? There's no question about it.
And I just think there's such an easier way to do this without it. Excuse me. He says he doesn't want attention, but yet he's almost mad that he's not getting attention again. So now he's rearing his head again.
But I wouldn't give this guy 10 cents, let alone a Bitcoin,
Yeah. And you heard Harvey later
Doug. If you sue me, it's not my fault. Doug is his own person, y'all.
come out, Fitz, and say, if you're real, go to wherever the phone is, get a screen grab of something proving you're not a liar. If you've got something, send it. You've been sending us more than a dozen emails. Send us something to show you're not a fraudster. That's not going to happen. And by the way, Fitz, do you remember when this guy sent his first or second note to Sheriff Harvey? He said, you won't be hearing from me again. Okay. It's been like 10 notes later.
Yeah, remember, I'm not sending any more notes. Oh, here comes another note. I'm done, but let me leave you one more note.
Harvey's begging him to send something proving he's not a fraudster, and I think we all know where that's going to lead.
Yeah, fake, phony, and fraudster, the three F's there, literaturally speaking. Yeah, we're going back and forth with this, Megan. I probably use the next three words I'm about to say, a half dozen times with you in February. I'm going to modify it slightly. Back then, all they were asking for was proof of life, 3 words. Now, it's very likely Nancy is deceased. Now give us proof of death. Why all this game playing, this showmanship, these machinations, going back and forth, and people guessing, and folks like us discussing this on the air, which is fine, because we have limited information. And of course, I'm going to say again, the investigators would be remiss if they didn't follow through on this. But I hope they're telling Savannah to please, don't get overly, what's the right word, but don't get overly confident that this is something that's going to come to pass. Because we wanted proof of life, and we never really had that. A Fitbit or the Apple Watch, whatever it was, on the floor, and describes it. Okay.
Your favorite word, Doug.
And Megan, by the way, that picture you showed of Savannah with her mother with the watch, I assume that was public before the abduction, correct?
We think so. I actually asked my team where we got it, and they said it's been circulating online, but by all people who are watching this.
Well, it was on the stage of the show, and her mother would come up and do segments with her, so it was something that she wore all the time. They would see it.
Case. So, but it would have to be, right? Because Nancy's been missing. And
but I mean, whether it was public
on the Today Show set,
whether it was public or not on Facebook or whatever is what I'm suggesting here. So that the person would know how to describe the watch. If this was a private collection, that Savannah never put out there, all right, that tells us a little something more. If it's out there, and Megan, I was on with you, I think live one day, and your team found a walkthrough of Nancy's bedroom, and there was a video that years before.
Yeah, when they were teaching how to make the bed, and they had done it because she was talking about having to get up at like 3 o'clock in the morning because she was on Arizona time and Savannah was on New York time.
And I'm probably the older woman hasn't changed her bedroom that much. It's the same house, same bedroom. And as I think you even commented, your mother, remember my mother, you just don't change much when you get, past 50 or 60 in your bedroom, unless you actually move. Yeah. So it wouldn't be hard to watch that somewhere. And then in fact, come up with this, this inside singular knowledge that only the real kidnapper knows. And again, I'm saying this was an abduction, not a kidnapping for.
But Jim, you don't find it persuasive. Like if the cops got there and that Apple Watch was on the floor, that's good. That would convince me this was.
No, this is the first time I've heard of the Apple Watch being on the floor. Oh, wow. See, I keep getting sidetracked. I'll start to follow that story about the different scientists, and then I squirrel and.
Actually from the real kidnapper?
I'd have to, and I would agree with you, Megan, on that particular note. But it also doesn't mean these are the kidnappers. And I'm not sure the guy who abducted her would have put some letter out like this, making it look like a kidnapping as opposed to an abduction. And really quick, the other point I wanted to make here, there have been for-profit criminal kidnappings over the years. I hate to go back 94 years, Lindbergh, the baby died within 10 minutes of being brought down the ladder in Hopewell, New Jersey, and Hoffman buried the body there. But the the ransom request went on for 2 years. Sidney Riso was shot in the arm in 1992. He's the Exxon executive in Northern New Jersey.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard about the Apple Watch being on the floor. So I thought before that we heard that it was on the nightstand charging, and that's what they had said to her. Or said that in that note. I thought that's what they said.
New Jersey, and he died a day or two later, but the husband and wife kidnapping team kept up all the negotiations for the next 6 to 8 weeks or so. So why did if she did die, why did they give up on the kidnapping? There had to be a lot of planning with this, whether from overseas, locally, whatever, whether the kidnap, mastermind was somewhere else, and this was local talent that he hired to go in with the mask and the Doc Holliday holster in front of him and carry through there. But why just give up on the kidnapping? If you had that proof of life, send something. Send the hijab.
I thought they said the watch too, though, because they said because that was the whole thing of believing it or not, was how many people charge their, when they go to bed, they put their phone and their watch on the charger. That's going to bug me now. I swore they said the watch was too.
or at least cut a piece off that the mother was allegedly wearing and say, we have her, here's a pajama she was wearing, she's okay, give us the money. They would have paid that money in a heartbeat, knowing that kind of proof. But everything is so nebulous, so amorphous that I don't blame them. I'm glad they didn't pay the big bucks to these people with such little information to provide. Again, successful abduction, you can criticize the interactions there on the porch, but a half-assed kidnapping, and I would just further surmise, it never was.
Okay. Well, and Ellie changed what they said every 5, well, Nanos changed what he said every 5 minutes. So it's easy to get that stuff all lost in the dust.
It was meant to be a for-profit kidnapping by legal definition.
John, our pal Howard Bloom, who's reporting in Airmail, restarted this case this week because he was the one who first revealed some of the contents of the second note. He is reporting that there's a case of regret happening right now amongst law enforcement because they are starting to think they should have just paid the $4 million and then followed the money. And that would have gotten them to somebody, which would have given them some answer.
That's what I've wondered is, why not just pay the money and then you have a trail then? If somebody takes that money, it doesn't make sense to me.
And again, the reporting is that the FBI thinks that $4 million demand came from the actual kidnapper. Here is Howard on, I don't know where he was this week, but he was on Inside Edition. And he was talking about this theory in terms that John Wayne fans.
And Howard Bloom he wrote that Idaho 4 book too. Yeah, my ADHD gets the best of me.
May find familiar. SOT 56.
The $4 million ransom was never paid, and investigative reporter and best-selling author Howard Bloom says detectives he spoke to are regretting that decision today.
Not to have done that originally when the window of opportunity was there was perhaps a very big, even a fatal mistake.
He says Tucson police considered using what they call the Big Jake theory, a tactic inspired by the 1971 John Wayne Western Big Jake.
Oh, I'm going to fast forward through this because I don't trust YouTube.
Worry about getting the money back.
Bloom believes the kidnappers got the idea to kidnap Nancy after Savannah returned home to shoot a special for the Today Show last November.
The best thing about Tucson is...
And see, I really think that this special had a lot to do with some of this, some way, somehow. And yeah, they said because they thought, oh, maybe, why would they're not going to touch it. They're not going to put themselves at risk for $150. I mean, I never understood that either. That was ridiculous.
Home. Yes, you guys.
I believe someone in Tucson saw this and they thought, look at these people. They have so much. Their life is so blessed. And in their greed, they came up with this scheme to take Savannah's mother.
So what do you make of that, John, that thought they should have just paid the $4 million?
Yeah, no, if you listen to what he said there, he said the Tucson police. He didn't say the FBI. You follow me? I would not. I would not. If the FBI didn't go along with that wholeheartedly, I would not go along with it. Can the Tucson police track that? I don't know. Do I believe the FBI could track that Bitcoin transaction? Absolutely. One other question, 2 questions I have that I think are important. The one question is her cane. Did anybody say that her cane was out of the house, that the cane was missing from the house?
I wondered about that too. We never did hear. We never did hear if the cane was missing or not. Oh, thanks. Can I ask you a favor though? If you're putting links up for other people's videos, put it in Discord though, not in the live. Thank you.
I have not heard that the cane was either left behind or taken. I don't know anything about it.
Okay, because that's important for some guy that's apologizing, right? For or seemingly putting together some kind of empathy, for the woman. And then the other thing, again, I go back to what you brought up, Megan, about the news and the watch and everything, being found on the floor on the news. I mean, these guys watch everything. I'm telling you, they're going to watch this guy who's out there watching this. And this brings me back to what Jim said early on in this interview, in the show. Okay, Jim, you talked about him being scared. Whoever this guy is, right now, he's scared. Talk about that.
Well, especially.
Well, and I don't know how scared they are. I mean, the only good thing out of this is I hope Nancy went to heaven early on in this and she isn't aware of this mess. Oh, and she's in heaven with her Heavenly Father. I hope so too. I hope. I mean, that's it. Can you imagine looking down and seeing all this mess?
It's because, did you hear what Maureen said on the show on Wednesday?
I heard a few
Maureen?
things. I know she put a 75 percentile
Yeah,
mark out
I'll
there.
play it just for the audience that,
Sure.
that didn't hear her, but we love Maureen, and she's former FBI too, and she said the following 2 days ago.
The person we're talking to could say, wow, they're probably closer than we think they are.
Could you just expand on why you think they're wrapping, like they're getting there, that they're close to making?
And this was the statement that it didn't feel genuine. I just wonder if, like I said, if her friends had put this out there to kind of put the scare in or put pressure on this guy.
An arrest?
I think they're getting close to the porch guy. And when they get the porch guy, the floodgates shall swing open.
What's your level of confidence on that?
75%.
That's big news.
I know.
She's not loosey-goosey. Maureen's careful. She's considered. She's bright. And she's got connections. So that was very interesting. And it did make a lot of news. It went everywhere. So your thoughts?
It's okay, Doug. I'm not mad or anything. I'm going to ask everybody just to kind of follow that. Like, don't announce other people's lives and like links to other videos. Feel free to put them in Discord. We'll watch them later. But yeah, just not in the live. That's all. Just my request.
Yeah, and I trust Maureen implicitly, and if she has sources that I don't have right inside the investigation, good for her. And of course, if that person was identified, that would open the floodgates or whatever she said there.
Thanks for watching this clip. If you're new here, subscribe. We got a whole lot more goodness.
Calm down, Megan. It's way too late for that. It's all right, Doug. No worries. It happens. I've done it myself. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think they got any more than they did before. I think there's all these people sticking themselves in. You've got whoever this is that apparently is upset because they're not getting attention. There's other ways that this person could do this. Tell where she's at. Get their reward. Nobody cares about a burglary conviction 10 years ago. What does that have to do with anything? They've already told them there's anonymous ways to do this. There's, if they would be in danger, there's ways to get them protection, things like that. It just seems so ridiculous. And just someone else wanting attention. And I'm really interested in what's going to happen with that Derek Kalela trial. Because why is he changing his plea all of a sudden? And do you think? I wonder. I don't know. Because those notes, who was it? Someone said earlier today that those notes were sent, that those messages were sent to her. At least the second one was saying, that she was with nature, buried in nature, blah, blah, blah. There's so much that we don't know. Now, what is an Alford plea? Let me Google. Guilty plea entered as part of a plea bargain by a criminal defendant who denies committing the crime. Let's see. Is that showing? I don't know how well you can see that. It looks kind of... It says Alford plea, also called the Kennedy plea in West Virginia, is a guilty plea in criminal court whereby a defendant in criminal case does not admit to the criminal act and asserts innocence but accepts imposition of a sentence. This plea may be allowed when there is a showing that the evidence to be presented by the prosecution would be likely to persuade a judge or jury. Is it kind of like a no contest plea? To find the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. This can be caused by circumstantial evidence and testimony favoring the prosecution and difficulty finding evidence and witnesses that would aid in the defense. Alford pleas are permissible in the U.S. in all U.S. federal and state courts except Indiana, Michigan, and New Jersey. They are not permitted in United States military courts. So, okay, so yeah. Hi, Untamable. Good to see you, girl. So yeah, so like a no contest. Like I didn't do this. Well, I just wonder if there's something in my brain rattling around, just wondering if he is connected somehow. Or at least knows somebody or something. Because for him to get a hold of them and say, "Do you have the Bitcoin ready yet?" It's just weird. And so could he have been some low-level guy that was part of this? That maybe that was his job. Oh, you're never late here. We're always talking about something. I've been on, what, a little over an hour, I think. I was later tonight, so, here, I'll put this up in case, because I got 2 streams going tonight, so that way, no matter where anybody is, they can see ya. No, I'm really interested, though, in seeing if he says anything, if he changes, if he's got any information to give to try and help himself out, or, yeah, I don't know. It just seems very weird to me. Oh, has he? That I didn't know. That's just horrible. Why are there people like that out there? Like, just sick. Sick, sick, sick. Well, here, I am going to play this before I forget. And then we can go back to talking about that. I just wanted to bring this up really quick. Because we've been talking about, too, about the Murdaugh trial and all of this coming up. And, he's going to be in court, I think, Monday, and they're trying to get a new venue and all of that stuff. But they talk about that, like court could be no problem, Doug. A good surprise is always fine. But they're talking about now. You had originally said maybe the fall for this case. Now they're saying no, possibly like next spring, next summer. I mean, oh, can you imagine? But I know that there's a lot of things that have to be filed, so I'm going to be following that. Like something I read earlier today, and I want to look into that more, is that they are either not going to be allowing, possibly not. There was a hearing, and I've got to find it because I want to listen to exactly what the verbiage was. But they will not be allowing either the financial crimes in as evidence this time, or it will be greatly scaled back with the testimony and things like that. And so this could be a completely different trial this time, because that really did hinge on showing his character and showing the reason why he possibly felt the desperation to take the life of his wife and son. And there's also a question about some other DNA under Maggie's fingernails. Now, again, if he did not do this, then by all means prove it. But I don't know. I watched that first trial. I watched every single moment of that first trial. And I watched the trial where they went through all the financial crimes. Yeah, it's going to be a new judge. Judge Newman is retired now. And is this the one that I read that it was possibly a female judge? So that could change the dynamic too. Oh, I love Fruit Loops. So like I said, this is going to be a completely different trial than the first one that we watched. And I also wonder, another thing that they had to decide to allow in or not was the murder for hire, where he hired cousin Eddie to take his life.
Welcome back. Alex.
I've heard all these, like, their brand stuff is all that's really good. I used to go and get all of my like fruits and veggies from the one near us because they had a really nice produce section.
Murdaugh is set to appear in court Monday to discuss the date for his retrial. The scheduled hearing comes as Murdaugh's attorneys work to move the trial to a new location. They argue it's impossible for Murdaugh to get a fair retrial in Colleton County. His team is also asking that he be allowed to appear unshackled, saying that appearing shackled gives the illusion of guilt.
Meanwhile, Murdaugh's defense has asked a judge to allow independent testing of unknown male DNA found.
Which actually surprises me because I thought when they talked about him being shackled, in many trials I've seen that being a big issue because that's why they let you dress up in court. They don't make you wear your prison scrubs to court. And unless you're a danger or a flight risk. And I don't see him being either.
Under Maggie Murdaugh's fingernails, arguing it could provide new evidence before his retrial. The attorneys want the DNA sent to the forensic genealogy company, saying more advanced testing is now possible and offering to pay for it themselves.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Okay, a lot's happening here. Let's start with Murdaugh's defense team. Yep. Number one, number two, what are their biggest objectives here with this retrial? Poke holes in prosecution or say he's innocent?
Yes, all of the above.
Okay,
Can I pick that answer?
That's it. That works.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, you're attempting to paint pictures, and they're painting the picture from the very beginning that this case was a mischaracter of justice. That's why they wanted a new trial, had all the interference, but also that the investigation wasn't done properly. And so a lot of times, specifically, we had a number of DNA that's collected, a number of items that are collected. Defense will often try to poke holes at the failure.
Well, and one of the things that was questioned was SLED. And if, you know, it's kind of similar to this Pima County thing. Was SLED trustworthy and honest about, and did they do the right thing? Because again, they had a completely different picture when they showed up on that scene of what they thought had happened versus when they started digging in and finding other things. And see, that's what I'm wondering. Is that going to help him or harm him if he changes venues? And see, SLED is who's being, they're questioning SLED in that Elena Moore case too, though. And yeah, exactly. It's like the TBI in Tennessee. It's their state, like Federal Bureau of Investigations kind of thing. And but that was one of the things that Alex had said, that he didn't trust them because if it was another case that he had been involved in, I don't know, was it the boat crash? Because see, they were trying to say that Paul wasn't driving the boat, that it was his friend that drove the boat. And I thought SLED investigated that too. And they found, when they did the accident reconstruction, they found that there was no way that kid could have been driving the boat the way his injuries were. I cannot remember if that's why Alec didn't trust them.
Of the selection of testing, you know, maybe you didn't do ballistics, maybe you didn't do any DNA swabbing. Well, why didn't you do that? Because remember, the job of the defense attorney is to sow some doubt, and hopefully that doubt becomes reasonable doubt that a jury is now able to say, all right, man, why didn't they do that? Could it have been another solution? Is there some other outcome than what the DA's office is attempting to say that was done here? And if I can get them to walk down this path of doubt, hey, I can win. And so to the DNA aspect, if they point to a specific aspect of blood or something that was found under the fingernail and it wasn't tested, again, you're going to hammer home on that. Why wasn't it tested? We would want to know, if you're saying this person was fighting for their lives and they potentially scratched her, you know, something was there. You as an investigator, wouldn't you want to know that? Those are the type of questions you want to ask, but you need to have the DNA tested so you can figure that out. Well, what is it? Because if it is his, or if it is just hers or something else, then it doesn't help. So you need that piece of information to be able to support the painting that you're trying to paint.
Well, someone had mentioned too, and it was a discussion, she'd gotten her nails done that day. And what if she had gone, you know, her nail tech, was it a male or a female? See, that's what I think too. That's what I think too. And because he had, as far as local went, he had everybody kind of in his back pocket, but SLED he didn't have control over.
Just like the paint. You're asking for the paint. Right now, they just got the brush.
Okay.
I like it.
As we talk about a request to move the case from Colleton County, this was a national story, international story, Khalif. So, okay, you can't get a fair shake in Colleton County, but where can you get one?
Maybe not America. I mean, it had to be under a rock if you hadn't been watching this. And it's not just regional, like you said, this is national. But what I can say is that you're asking that the jury pool, right, not the entire panel that's brought in. They may bring in 500 folks to be able to select this jury that's going to be in panel. So if you can get a pool from a different location, now that the percentages potentially will go up, that less people within that pool have access to knowing the people that were involved or were following this daily, because geographically.
Well, and see, that's what I don't understand. Like with the Elena Moore case, all of these people that I'm reading, they're like, oh, Sled's, untrustworthy, this or that. Like, I think to find out what happened to that girl, they're probably the best people to go in there because they don't have that connection with the husband and, you know, oh, I know. I'm sorry. He talks too fast.
They were right there. I mean, all you're trying to do is increase the opportunity that the pool can be fair and impartial. Not that they are unaware of the trial, not that they don't have any biases. Remember, the judge is going to say, are you aware of this? Great. Well, have you formed any bias in your mind about guilt or innocence? Well, maybe I have. Can you set those biases aside?
Well, and that's what I'm wondering is at this point, how many people haven't heard of this? But it still is amazing to me, though, a lot of these cases, it feels like such a huge world or such a small world when we're in here in our little space talking about this and we just think everybody must know about it. But then you go out places, a case that you've been so glued to here, and you realize people really don't know about a lot of these things. That's what I thought too. And so when they said that they were bringing them in, I thought that's perfect because then there won't be any conflict of interest. There won't be any question because they don't have any kind of connection or bias when it comes to that. They're just going to go and find what happened or what they believe happened, what the evidence shows them happened.
And still follow the instructions that I give you. Oh, yeah, I can. That's the end goal. Those other two can be yes, as long as at the end you can also say, yeah, I can set that aside. But if what defense is arguing is that it's going to be darn near impossible to find folks that can say yes to that last question, that I can set this aside because of the connection to the location and the information what they have.
Quickly, you got about 30 seconds.
SLED is South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. So it's like, it's like the state version of FBI.
Left right in the intro, Julia mentioned that they want him unshackled. We're supposed to live in this country where you're innocent until proven guilty. Most people, I think, would go, we think someone's guilty. Now you got to prove their innocence. But does being handcuffed like that, does that give the appearance? Make him look?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say they're probably requesting that for any of these preliminary hearings and things that are happening prior to the trial. I mean, it is understood that a defendant going out in front of a jury in shackles, the appearance of guilt will be implied instantly. And so that's why any trial I've been a part of, judges will go outside of their way to ensure that the defendant that is incarcerated at the time of trial will have an opportunity to come out, be fully dressed, shackles, hidden or removed. Okay, now bring in the jury. Often,
although I have to say, in the Oxford shooter case with the parents, they handcuffed them. They were handcuffed through the entire trial. And I cannot remember why they said that they did that. But I remember her trying to sign documents and having to raise both hands up to sign documents and things like that. That was in Michigan.
Times if it's even an opportunity for the jury to maybe see it. I remember one time the guy could see from the side, the individual shackles on the ground. So they built a partition so the jury could not see the individual shackles on the ground. That's how far judges want to make sure that their cases aren't, any ounce of impropriety. It has to be fair. It has to be impartial. And you don't even want to give an opportunity for them to say, hey, you didn't give me a fair shot because now the jurors believe that I was guilty just because they saw me in shackles.
A lot of questions.
Well, I remember though during the Darrell Brooks trial, he was the piece of junk that drove through the Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and his lawyer, he pushed because he was pro se, and what they ended up doing was putting him in ankle shackles and shackled him to the floor, I think it was, and so that he didn't have, but he again, he was pro se, so he was having to, go through paperwork, things like that. Now there was, I believe, one day when they did put him back in cuffs because he was getting violent in the they had to take him out into a second courtroom because he was getting violent and throwing a tantrum. That was, I thought that was the day of the box fort, because that's the one he literally built a like a fort to hide himself in court out of boxes and folders so that the judge wouldn't look at him. Because, that's what you do when you're trying to defend your life. And
Again, not the end of the Murdaugh saga. Khalif, thank you so much.
Queen City News Plus.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, is that talking from experience, Truth? I just remember trying to walk in like a potato sack race. Me either. Not that I'm innocent of everything. I just was really good at never getting caught doing anything. I was talking to a friend the other night on the phone about that. And she's like, I think it's funny. People think you're so sweet and innocent. And she's like, she's like, you're nice. She's like, but you're not. She's like, you're just really, really good at not getting caught doing stuff. I'm like, exactly. I told you guys about the story of me sitting in a tree for like 3-4 hours while the rest of my friends were getting arrested down below. Not me. Oh, man. That sucks, Truth. Yeah, no, I have never been in any kind of, other than maybe a potato sack race, so thank goodness. Yes. Well, not anymore. I used to be. I'm too fat to climb a tree now. But yeah, I always joke around about I'm part city mouse and I'm part country mouse because I grew up in both. I grew up outside of Flint. So during the week we were partying in the country, and in the weekends we were partying in the city. So yeah. So we were all at a party at there's a lot of gravel pits around here, and we were at a party at a gravel pit, and I had been drinking and I was not of age, and so were the rest of my friends. And oh, Linden, okay, yeah. I know exactly where that's at. And the police came but they never did. They really never did anything to us. That night though, a couple of the guys had gotten in a fight, so they came and they were actually like arresting people and taking them down to the not to the jail, but just to the police station to have their parents come pick them up and stuff. And yeah, exactly. Always had my stash on me. And yeah, and all of a sudden I see from down the road, I see all these police start pulling down the road and coming down the trail. And so I climbed this big tree. I had my it was a bottle. It was called Mad Dog 2020. Ugh. Oh, it was so gross. MD 2020. We called it Mad Dog. It was so nasty. And I was like completely wrapped around the tree branch as the police were driving in. And as they were, after they'd gotten out, I'm sitting there hanging from this tree. And actually, it's really funny because when I was doing the farmer's market, and oh yeah, the worst, it was worse the next day. I actually saw one of the police officers. He's retired now, of course, but he'd come down to the market and we were talking about that night, and he actually remembers this because I was kind of mad at him. But so I hung on to that tree branch with my MD 2020, and I just sat up there and I just waited, and I saw them. It ended up that this police officer that I was talking about, it was him, it was the township chief and the city chief that were all standing right underneath me as I'm hanging on to this branch. Hi, Palm Queen. Good to see you, girl. And I'm just sitting there and they're talking, and I'm like, oh my God, come on, you guys, come on. I had to pee so bad and I wanted to get out of that tree, and they would not leave. They just sat there and kept talking and talking and laughing. And I'm like, oh, go. Seriously, maybe, I think it was 2 hours, okay, that I was up there. And finally, leave. Everybody leaves. It's quiet. And I climbed back down and I walked home and I got in trouble for being late. And I remember telling my mom, I'm like, listen, you could have picked me up from the local police station. My mom was a teacher in town. So she was like, oh, girl. She didn't want, everybody knew her. So, and so anyway, so fast forward, 30 some years, right? And I'm talking to this guy at the farmer's market, this police officer, and oh gosh, you guys are turning my stomach just thinking about that stuff. And I told him about it. I was like, I was like, I was up in that tree, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, why do you think we stood under there talking and laughing? It's like, you jerk. He's like, they knew I was up there. They knew I was up there. And sat under there just talking away. So see how horrible it is to grow up in a small town where everybody knows you and knows your mom. Oh, oh, Goldslager. Oh, that was another one. Ugh. I in high school was dating this guy that had this it was a Jeep, bikini top. I loved that Jeep. And that's why I dated him. And he loved Goldslager. Oh. But see, it was one of the few things that I could drink and come home and my mom didn't know because it smelled like I was chewing. And then we just put was it that Big Red? We chew Big Red gum and nobody'd know. Yeah, that's me too. I don't drink anymore. I think I burned myself out way before I was old enough to do it. And now, nah, I'm done. I'd rather just smoke and watch a movie and chill. I don't wanna once in a while I'll have like that night that we were all sitting out, you guys were sitting out on the porch with me. I had that little Smirnoff lemonade thing. That was good. But I drank like half of it and then I ended up giving it to Driver because I was just ugh. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh no. Well, this was really bad. I was mad at my Jeep boyfriend one night and fruit pieces. Oh, you just gave me a flashback, Jerry. Oh, the fruit pieces. But no, I was around the corner from where I lived. One of my friends had her own apartment. And so on the weekends, we would stay there. And I remember Eric was his name. We had gone out and we had been at a party and he got wasted and passed out in her living room. And I was so mad because me and my friend Tina and Dawn, we weren't done. We wanted to go out and have fun. He was supposed to take us mud bogging. So the only out of the three of us, Dawn was the only one that could drive a stick. So I ended up sneaking in and taking his keys out of his pocket. And we went and we ended up driving all night long. We went to the next town over where there was this big cruise and we drove around and we had so much fun and we got the Jeep like completely caked in mud and just had a blast and came back the next morning. The guys were still all passed out. So we hurried up. We got our showers and everything, got all snuggled down and laid down like we'd been there all night. And he comes out and he was so mad because that Jeep was caked inside and out. Because, of course, we didn't put the top on. Inside and out of the Jeep. Just nothing but mud. Oh, I'm telling you the truth. I had all white on that night, too. Oh, my gosh. I remember we were sitting there and I had to wash my clothes in Dawn's washing machine like probably 4 times just to get the swamp mud out of there. And oh my God. Oh man. That was, oh my gosh. And then I remember that jerk. He ended up though the next weekend. I'm kind of glad that we did take his Jeep out and like get it all like full of mud and like have a fun time. Because the next weekend I was sick and I couldn't go out and he went to a party and he ended up calling me and telling me that he hung out the whole night with this girl that was supposed to be one of my good friends and that they were together now. I'm like, oh, all right, which is fine because see, he was stupid and he didn't know that she was batshit crazy. Okay. And so, like, maybe 2 weeks later, I get a call. He's like, oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, make a wish. He's like freaking out because she was like so like she was total nutball. And I'm like, too bad. She's all yours. So yeah, both of them. Both of them. No, this girl was a mess. She ended up like really, really addicted to drugs. And um she ended up when we were like in our early 20s ODing. And she was one of those people where she had spent all this money on plastic surgery. She had done all this stuff to try and make herself happy. She just wasn't happy. And I remember when I found that out, I thought, whatever. Like, I wasn't mad at her anymore because I thought she obviously just did not feel good about herself or whatever. And he was not a good guy either to do that because he ended up doing that to her too. And I thought just self-destructive, some of the people that we see that are out and about that seem so confident, we look at them and they're like so beautiful and so perfect and so confident. And it just, oh yeah, she was. I mean, and she had a really good life. I never understood it because from the outside, I think she just had a lot of, what do you call them? Like a lot of demons, because exactly. It's all internal because on the outside, you would have given anything to have her life. You'd think a lot of girls would, because she was beautiful. She was beautiful. She had a great car. She had a cute house. She actually didn't live far from me. And I always thought, it's too bad that all that stuff had to happen between us because we could have been, a support to each other. But yeah, she was just really, really messed up. And I don't even know what happened to him. I wonder now. Oh man, I'm telling you. And oh my gosh, I had the cutest little truck. It was a GMC S15. It was all white, short bed, and it had a special towing package on it. So the back was all kicked up. And I had a job, so I paid for my own car. And we would just go, we'd go to the next town over, which was Owasso. And there's all these farm towns. So there's like nothing but cornfields for like half hour in between them, to get to. And we would go and they would have, they had like a mini mall there. They had like a JCPenney's, a Sears, and like a movie theater. And then they had a Taco Bell, an Arby's, a Hardee's, and one other one. It was probably McDonald's. And which was big time for us because we had nothing. The only thing that we had in our town was A&W. And oh man, do you know that we had a Sonic out here for a couple years and they got rid of it and they traded it for the Chick-fil-A. I miss my Sonic Pops. I'm trying to think. I think there was a Kmart out there too, Jerry, and we would just cruise around the parking lot and around town. And I remember us being out there one night and I had a really cool system in my truck too. So we had good music, everything like that. And there was this weird dude that ended up getting into the back of my truck and wouldn't get out. And the only cops we could find were these two doofuses on bicycles. And they couldn't get him out of my truck either until finally the one cop got off of his bicycle and got up in my truck and told the dude, he's like, I'm going to throw you out of the bed of her truck if you don't get out. And they were really lucky too, because he just ended up letting them go. And oh my gosh, I remember that. And then we went down there like the next weekend and this dude's walking around. He's trying to like wave us down. We're like, oh no, brother. Mm-mm. You go on your bicycle. Okay. We're going to be over here with the big boys. Okay. Oh man. Oh yeah. I miss my system in my truck. I had, two 12-inch woofers and a big bandpass box behind my seat. And then I had, the 6x9s up in the corners. And then I had the two front speakers. And my stereo, oh, my favorite stereo got stolen. It had a whole big EQ across the whole front. My ex-husband ended up putting this all in for me. So my EQ was there. I had all my whole inside of my truck like glowed like purple because I could switch the colors on the radio and I could do it. Oh my gosh. I loved it. Oh my, I still remember what that dude looks like too. I still remember. And he was wearing like this is so gonna date me. But the jean shorts, does anybody here remember the jean shorts with they were like white with blue stripes going down. They had shorts and they had the like overalls that were like that too. And they were by Gerbeau. I think Gerbeau did them, and I think Guess did them too. But I remember him wearing those jeans and a white t-shirt and white high tops and just being like, oh. I also remember though, oh my gosh, meeting these boys out at the movie theater parking lot. And because you fall in love like every other weekend. And no, it was Gerbeau and Guess, I think, is the two that made them. At least back in my day, they did. And but we had met these boys in the movie theater parking lot. And the boy that liked me, his name was Toby. And he liked to sing. And, when you're 16 and some dude's singing to you, it's like, oh. And I remember him coming up to me in the parking lot and singing. It was Boys to Men, Please Don't Go. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was so in love with that boy. So in love with that boy. We dated 2 weekends and then and then I was on to someone else, but hey. Oh, yes. Yes, my man Jerry. 2 Live Crew. Oh my gosh. County seat. Oh my gosh. I cannot. Oh, I remember the county seat. It was the good old days. I miss it. Everything smells different now. I don't like anything now. Oh, man. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Truth. But yeah, the 2 Live Crew album. We had to pay my friend's sister $20 to take us to the mall and go in and buy us that tape because our parents wouldn't let us have it. And oh my gosh, I remember. And as soon as our parents would leave, we'd pop that sucker in and we'd be jamming and we'd have to threaten her brother. And we made a copy of it. I had the copy and she had the real one. And then she made a copy of it too and hid the real one. And then we put something on it, like another, to make it look like it wasn't that tape. And 8 tracks. See, we never had an 8-track player. We were too poor to have an 8-track player. I remember though, I thought one of our cars had one in it. What my best friend's dad's car had an 8-track player in it, and it was all old country music. Yep, cassettes. Oh yeah, had the cassettes. Oh, me too. I had it was a little it was like a little safe that had a combination that it was a bank. It was supposed to just be a bank. And so I'd hide my cigs in there and my mom would never know. And we used to I had another friend my real name's Courtney. And my other friend's name was Courtney. And she would send us down to the corner store with a note telling us to get like 4 packs of cigarettes. So we'd just put on there like 6. We'd erase it because she always did it in pen. We'd she'd be like, bring me something to write with and a piece of paper so I can write you a note. And it was so hilarious because she didn't know. We just erased it outside and put down 6 on there, and definitely you should get in our in fact, I gotta remember to that. You should get in our Discord too. We were talking about that the other night. We need to have like some voice chats so that like we can all talk and stuff. Exactly, Doug. But yep, they were $1.25. $1.25, Jerry. Yep. But yeah, and that's how we started. And I remember her dad worked on the oil rigs. And so he was only home like maybe like every couple months. He'd be home for like a week, maybe. And oh, thank you. Thank you, Truth. I think I can. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Just a second. He'd only be home for like maybe a week, like every couple months. And every time he'd come home, she'd get pregnant. I felt so bad for her. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? I'm trying to find how my. Is it this? No. Is it this? Why won't it let me? Psh. I'm trying to pin your comment. No. Why isn't it letting me pin comments? Why is YouTube all dumb? YouTube has just been being dumb lately, and it's making me mad. I should be able. Oop. Mute myself. Sorry about that. God help us. We don't need two of me. There it is. There. I pinned it. That should not have been that difficult. I know. It doesn't let me do that either. I can do it when I'm on my computer. And were you singing the love songs? I've got a playlist that I listen to every once in a while. All the old. I was really into like R&B and stuff like that when I was in my younger. I was into all of it, but oh my gosh, that song, that was a panty dropper. Oh yes, our rink is well. I think it just recently closed, but yep, the skating rink got dropped off. Oh, on Bended Knee, that's another good one. Oh, what you might have to do, it's because you're on the vertical stream. What you might have to do is you should be able to on the other stream, the horizontal one. See, I hung out with the skater boys and I hung out with the car guys. That was who I hung out with. So my car was always fixed and I always had fun. Let me see. I was going to post the link, but that won't work, will it? Duh. Let's see. One thing you can do is if you're on vertical, you can double tap the screen. It will like the video. And then exit out. Go to your liked videos and click back on the stream and it'll put you into horizontal. And then you should be able to click the links. Okay. I can do that. Where am I? Where am I? Do. Aggressive typing. That's my next. Whoop. That's my next venture, is to work on a different keyboard, one that is not, so I don't sound like I'm. There we go. Is Canvas back? Where'd she go? Oh no. I never lost a wheel, Jerry. I got lucky. Never lost a wheel. Hi, Canvas. Good to see you again. You're very welcome. Well, yeah, you had to flirt with the DJ. That's how you got the good songs. That's how you got Color Me Bad to play. I like that, Truth. We missed you too, Canvas. We still got to get together and plan our paint and crime night. I know you've been busy though. Merce told me you've been so busy, so I just didn't want to bug you or anything. Red Light Special. Oh my gosh, TLC. TLC. No, I miss all those songs. I do. Yeah, and if you come on, because I've been trying to do, some people like vertical, some people like horizontal. And so I've been trying to do both. But if you go into one and you don't see anybody in chat, you can go out and just go to it'll show 2 lives on my thing. You can go over and let's see. What am I doing? Oh, you posted that. Awesome. Thank you for posting that in there, Truth. Thank you. Oh, Bear was in there too. I got to remember to what do you call it? I got to remember to go in there and put my lives in there. I keep forgetting. That is hilarious. Well, good. I'm glad, Untamable. So see, now I'm a how-to channel. Now I'm a help channel. Oh man. But no, what did I hear? I've got to find it and I'll put it. Uranium. I got to share that. I was listening to I understand, Doug. I understand. Oh, did you? Oh, well, that's why, because Bear said I can't make it tonight. I thought that was yesterday. But no, it's after midnight. So yeah, that technically was yesterday when I started. That's right. Derp. No, I came across this guy on YouTube. It was music the other night, and oh my gosh, she sounds like totally like 90s, like hair band, like music, like 80s, 90s. I gotta find it. I'll share it in Discord because it was like he was really good. I was like having a flashback. I'm glad you guys both got to see each other tonight. I know, Truth. It's hard, especially when it's summer and when there's all the stuff you want to do and work and Ukrainium. Not to be confused with uridium. You do know, I think I've told this story before, but that's one of the reasons why they got rid of the nuclear science merit badge for the Boy Scouts, is because there actually was a scout that somehow got his hands on uranium and built a built a small reactor in his backyard and almost like took out his whole neighborhood. Oh, I remember that when our boys were like they wanted to take that merit badge, and I'm like, it's gone now. It's gone. So anyone, if you've got that merit badge, keep it because it's historical because it's not around anymore. So yeah, it was it was like bad. I'm trying to think. I'll have to find the story of it one of these nights. It was kind of, I mean, it's scary, but it's also kind of funny. You think of these kids like, like Sheldon Cooper. Um, and I often wondered if that's where, because they did a storyline like that on The Big Bang Theory, that he had done something like that and that his mother got a call. And oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, Truth. I have to figure out how to mod you over there. I still can't. I've not like taken the time to like go through the settings and find it. I thought I found it one day, but then it wasn't. That's not what it was. But what you got? Oh, I'm not gonna eat right now. Set those out. I'm not gonna eat on live. No, nobody wants to hear me chomping. So just set them out there. Okay, just set them out there. No, I'm not gonna chomp. Great, thank you. Okay, bye bye now. Bye bye. Bye bye. Oh, good grief. Oh yes, Urkel. Yep, all those shows. That's why I like that Tubi. They have got a lot of the old TV shows on there that you can watch. What was the other one? There's that Stand By Me. That was another one that was good. Not right now. Okay. Oh my god. Another server. See, I don't understand any of that stuff. I think. What is that? I don't even know what that is. What is that? Oh, I thought it was set up. It's told me that it's set up so that everybody will just, if they get that link, they'll just go into, because I only have the one general server. Okay. Dexter's Laboratory. Oh, yes. I remember that too. And what was it? I like watching a lot of the old ones. Like I think I was saying the other night how I like watching, like on rainy days or if I'm staying up late, I'll watch Murder, She Wrote, or oh, I loved Boy Meets World. Yes. And Dinosaurs. Yes. Where is that? Is that on, where were we? We were just looking through something and I saw that. I saw Dinosaurs on was it Tubi or was it Disney? I'm trying to think. It was on one of them. They have the whole series. Yep, Step by Step was another good one. And then remember all that stuff with that Sasha, was he Cody on the show? He got in all that DV trouble and oh, how weird. A Chick-fil-A robot. Oh, where were we? I can't remember if it was Grand Rapids or Detroit where we were, and we saw it was a Domino's pizza robot delivering pizza. And I thought, oh my God, how creepy. Like, yeah, no, that creeps me out. I was watching a video the other day, and I remember Driver coming home talking about this. It was a program they were trying out. I think it was in Texas, where they were doing driverless semi trucks on the expressway. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like There's no way. There's no way. Can you imagine driving up on an expressway and all of a sudden you realize this giant missile driving next to you has nobody in it? Like, no, there's too many stories about those, like, self-driving cars smashing into people, doing all that stuff. A car is bad enough. Imagine a semi. And this is what I don't understand, because they were talking about, automating our whole world. Okay. And that, all of the jobs that robots could take over. And the thing is that, and see, that's exactly it. That's exactly it, Untamable. What happens? Okay, so the robots take over our jobs. We no longer can make money because we don't have a job. So who is going to be able to pay and spend money to buy a car, to buy the goods that come off the semi, etc., if it's only robots doing everything? I mean, and that's it. And it stinks because, like, I was at the grocery store the other day and self-checkout, they had the self-checkout on both sides of all of the registers, and there was lines all the way to the back of the store, and there was one register open. And of course, she had people lined up, and they were, everybody had full carts. It was it was weird too. It was in the middle of the week, but yeah, and it happens at it happens a lot of stores. Oh, I actually went to go see the Globetrotters when my oldest was, oh gosh, maybe, I think he was like 6. We went to go see the Globetrotters, and it was when they had that, they might still have it. It was one of their first female players was on the team. It was pretty funny. He was not having it though. Did they? Oh, I love giraffes. They're one of my favorite animals. They're so sweet and doofy. Although I was watching something the other day, but it could have been AI. Can't remember what it was. It was it was supposed to be on a nature preserve, and this giraffe went and like kicked another animal. I thought, oh, I guess that's their only like way to keep themselves safe. No, we aren't headed in a good direction at all, Untamable. We are not. And that's just it. When it's the only ones open, what do you do? And one of the things that I've done the last couple times, if I've been in a hurry, is I do the pickup. And that is, I do like that. And at the one grocery store I go to, they are so nice. I get the same guy every time, and he puts all my groceries in the car nicely, and it's really nice. Like if I'm having, well, the other day my shoulder was just absolutely on fire, and my little guy is still small enough to where I have to keep getting him in and out of the car seat, in and out of the car seat. And I'm telling you, it was a lifesaver, that guy coming and bringing my groceries out and everything. But it was a real person. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's scary to me. Soul Train, yes. Oh, for real. I know, and that's the thing too, is I'm always, and the self-checkouts, they tick me off because, like, if you buy something that like weighs under a pound and you don't put it in the bag just right, I mean, you're literally like having to like slam your stuff down in the bag so that it registers what you're putting in there, so you don't have to wait 20 minutes for the dude to come over and put his little code in and be like, no, she didn't steal that, it's in the cart. Like, just, it's more trouble than it's worth. I really do. I'm Gen X, and for as hard as our life was, man, the personal service thing, we really got it. I really miss that. I miss the full service gas stations. We had one right in town, And Mac was the guy that owned it. You pulled up and he, you know, washed your windows, he filled your washer fluid, he checked your oil, he checked your lights, he did all that stuff. If you needed a new brake light, boom, 5 minutes he had it changed. You need a new headlight, 5 minutes he had it changed. Filled up your tank and gave suckers to every kid that was in the car. And he was a celebrity in our town. And all he did was pump our gas and fix our cars. But he was, you know, yeah, it's just that feeling of community and everything. It's just different. You know, even any of you guys that were with me that night that I went to the parade, it was cool. Small town. It was really cool, but it's just, it really isn't the same as it used to be. It used to be that, you know, you notice each family was kind of with each other and all this stuff. And it wasn't like that. Like it used to be where the kids were, even if you didn't know each other, the kids were all running around. Everything was safe. Everything was fine. Now you don't know who you're standing next to. You don't. And it's just sad to me to see that coming to a small town. Oh, yeah. I used to come home. Our thing was, this was early 90s. Come home, I'd get on the phone with my friend and we'd get a snack and we would watch General Hospital together. And we would just freak out with our snacks. And we could talk on the phone until one of our parents got home from work. And then we had to get off the phone and hurry up and do our chores and stuff like that. And then after everybody went to bed, we'd get in bed and we'd get under our covers because we both had, that was when the, what do you call it? That's when the cordless phones had just come into, like, you know, being popular. And we'd get under our covers and talk. And I remember having to be quiet. Like if you hear your parent get up to go to bed, go to the bathroom or something, you'd be quiet. We'd end up talking on the phone all night long. And then our parents could never figure out why the phone was dead in the morning after it'd been on the charger all night, right? Jerry. Luke and Laura, yes. And what was his name? It was Michael Damian was his name. Was it Blackie? It was Jack Wagner and Blackie. They were the doctors with the big, long black hair. And he ended up doing, he ended up having a singing career. VTEX, yep. And oh, yep, after 9, you had to call after 9, and the rates went down. And I had one of those ones that you could see through that had the lights on it. My mom bought me one of those. She put a phone in my room when I was in 9th grade. That was my Christmas present. I got to have a plug, not my own phone line, but you know, like an extension of the house phone. And it was a light up phone though, because she didn't want me being on the phone all night. And so that's another reason why I'd get under my covers, because then she couldn't see. So, oh my gosh, the Nokias that had the two-way calling. Yes. Yep. Oh, yes, yes. I remember the wedding. The wedding. Now, he just passed away recently, didn't he? Luke? Well, I remember we used to love the Nokias because when we would go up north, that was the only way. We wouldn't get phone signal, but we could use our two-ways to talk to people and stuff, like when we were trying to get everybody up there and everything, because we used to go up Gladwin, and it's like there's nothing up there. So yeah, if we needed, you know, yep, the Nextels. Oh, Sonny. And you know, he's still on there. I don't watch it anymore, but I see like commercials and stuff like that. I remember my ex-husband's mom literally having to tape that show when she'd put she had her VCR tape and she would tape it every single day. So as soon as she got home from work, she'd play it and watch it while she was cooking dinner. She had to see her stories. And And then Summer Vacation, I remember we always got to watch All My Children with Erica Kane in it. And so that was, we had to watch Erica Kane and Palmer and, was it John Stamos? Who was Danny? Danny, yes. Michael Damian. That's right. John Stamos was Blackie and Michael Damian was Danny. You're right. Yep. Then what was that song that he sang? My soul. Was it Blue Jean Baby Queen or something like that? I can't remember the name of the song. I know that's just like a line in the song, but Price is Right. Oh, yeah. Did he? I didn't know that. Yep, Price is Right. We always watched that when we were sick. Price is Right and Verner's. If you're from Michigan, you had to drink Verner's when you were sick, and that's why I cannot deal with it now at all. Ugh. And chicken and stars soup. Rock on. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. That was going to drive me nuts. Palm Queen coming in clutch. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That's another thing I gotta do. I have to figure out how to turn off the ticking noise. I got that new phone. I have to try and remember, like, I have to try and learn all these new things. Palm Queen. Oh, Lucky's. That was, well, my dad's was the Kent 100s. Kent 100s, and he never used a lighter. He always used matches. And he was German, so he was Heineken. He was a Heineken and PBR. Ugh. Yuck. I know I got it in my head now. I'm gonna go to bed singing that song in my head. And I do talk in my sleep, so I'll have to warn Driver, just be ready. We were talking about old school music. I'll be singing Boys to Men and everything in my sleep. I'll be serenading him. Oh, I actually have that right now. Palm Queen, just hop on over. But it's Coke Zero. Molly's got me hooked on Coke Zero. And I cannot do Diet Coke now. I cannot. In fact, I was so sad. I went to go get a crispy McDonald's Coke the other day, and they were out. I thought I was gonna I'm like, are you kidding me? I got a Dr. Pepper. Now, it was good. I hadn't had a Dr. Pepper in forever, but it wasn't the same as a crispy Coke. Dr. Pepper or sweet tea. Oh, man. No, it's not. It's not the same. Oh, our McDonald's is a mess. It's like, I think what happened, we had a bunch of kids that were like seniors, and they were working there and everything was fine. And then now I don't know if they're off for the summer or they're going to college. And now we have like second string working at our McDonald's, and it's just, they're rude. I got attitude the other day because I ordered the bacon McDouble. Okay. And they gave me something else and added bacon to it. And so it was like $6. And I'm like, no. The guy's like, that's not what she wanted. Like, starts getting all like, getting an attitude. I thought, I'm not being rude to you, but I'm paying. This is a lot of money. I mean, anymore, it costs just about as much to go to McDonald's as it does a sit down restaurant, especially if you're buying for you and your kids and whatever. And I thought, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Like, oh, I'm saying, Palm Queen. That's how I feel lately too. I want to try that, Doug, that wild cherry cream Pepsi. I do. That did look, I saw an advertisement for that the other day. And I thought, oh, that does sound good. But, and see, that's it. Like, I worked, when I was in high school, my first job was a Blimpies subs, right? So we never in a million years, if we ever talked to a customer that walked in there, it didn't matter if they were wrong or not. Like, my boss would have grabbed us up and we wouldn't have gone and complained to anybody. We would have been like, I'm sorry, And if we went home and told our parents that we got in trouble at work, they would have been like, then act better. Like that, like there's no manners anymore. There's no, I can't remember where it was that we went. This was a while ago and it was a drive-through somewhere. And I'm sitting there waiting to pay while this chick is on her phone. She's literally sitting in the drive-through with her arms up and I can see the back of her phone and she's just, I'm like, am I interrupting you? I mean, sorry. Hey, want to get off Facebook for 5 minutes so that like a line of people behind me and she's like texting her boyfriend back or something. I mean, and if I don't know if I ever found my kid doing something like that, I'd grab him up. I'd be like, listen, it just, that doesn't get taught anymore, that how to treat people, how to conduct yourself. And our kids are losing the ability to communicate with people. I am so amazed at how, no respect at all. At all. And I don't know. I am not happy about the world that I'm going to be leaving my kids behind in. And I feel like, I was talking about this with somebody else the other day. It's like, I'm a pretty strict mom. We talk about behavior. We talk about respecting other people. We talk about how to carry yourself. And that when you have a job, you don't work. You have integrity when you do something and you do your very best, even if it's something that you don't want to do. I always tell my boys, you don't have to like what I'm telling you to do, but you still have to do it. And you don't get to be disrespectful and you don't get to be rude. And I'm teaching you this now because I'm going to be a lot nicer about it than a boss is when you grow up. And so, exactly. That's exactly it. When I was growing up, I mean, there's all this, like, again, you go back to some of these, it shows right in these cases that we're following. Like when I was growing up, you'd see your friend or your neighbor or whatever in the grocery store and you'd be like, hey, you had a 5-minute conversation and you went on about your business. And the only things that you knew about each other really were the things that you told each other at that moment. But now we're all connected on Facebook, on Instagram, on everything. We know every single thing that's happening in everyone's homes. Maybe not the truth, but we know way more about each other than we should. We know way more about each other than what's actually our business. And it really has brought everyone further apart. And for everything that the internet and all these things can do that's good, it really can harm. It's harming communication. It's harming people. I try to remember when you're looking at, any kind of social media. Yeah, it really is the perfect way to say it. It really is. It explains it absolutely 100%. And there's just so many things that we know about each other that are absolutely not our business. Yeah, exactly. Parasocial experiment gone way wrong. Yeah. Because you know what? We can find missing kids in 30 seconds now. We can know if there's a tornado on our back porch within a few minutes. we can get anything that we want online at the touch of a hand. That's it. But we can't get along. We can't. We have a whole group of kids that don't know how to sit down and have an actual conversation with each other. That don't know how to talk to grown-ups. Like, there's such a gap between me and kids my son's age now than I felt was when I was that age. I was so much more grown up at that age than kids are now. And oh, exactly. And that's just it, Jerry. The right people are making the wrong people are making the money off of it. It's about making money. They don't care. They don't care. You know, when I think it was like Facebook and YouTube and all that, when they had gone and made all those age restrictions and everything. Well, big deal. It doesn't matter. You can make age restrictions all you want. And then you've got parents who are giving their kids accounts under their birthdays and their names and things like that. And that's great. But like in my home, and I'm not saying that you have to do this, but in my home, I'm really strict about the internet and what sites they visit and what accounts they get to have, things like that. But not everybody is. And it really is a doorway into your home. Yeah, exactly, truth. Exactly. And oh wow, Doug. I'm the same way. I'm the same way, Jerry. Yeah. I'm the same way. And that's just it. And we did it. We probably shouldn't have had to been that adult that young, but we did it. I remember this was shortly after I had my son. I started working at a salon across town, and we ran out of towels halfway through the day. And I went up to the front to talk to this young receptionist. And I'm like, honey, like, we don't have any towels. And she's like, well, I don't know how to use the washing machine. Like, what do you mean you don't know how to use the washing machine? She was 19, 20 years old, had no idea how to use the washing machine. She was one of 10 children, and her mother did all of their clothes. All of them. She said, well, my mom does it. I don't have to know how to, like, you're going to have to know how to use the washing machine someday. So here I am teaching a 20-year-old girl in the middle of my work day how to use the washing machine because she didn't know. And I thought, I was like, you guys, like at 15, 16, I could have ran a whole house by myself. I had to. My mom was working. My mom was gone. I was a latchkey kid, without latchkey. My mom was single. My dad was doing his thing. And I was alone until 10, 11 o'clock at night every night. My mom taught during the day. And then she either throughout my life, she either had a second job in the evening or she worked at school all night to get everything done because she was one of those teachers. That's what she did. And yeah, and see, that's it. We had to. Our parents worked. Everybody was gone. We didn't have not everybody had these great, families that everybody was home and everybody was having dinner together. Like, that was not my family. We were not sitting at the table having dinner together. We were lucky if we saw each other during the week. Yeah, see, I think that's awesome, Truth. He does that. He does hard work, hard labor. That's teaching them lessons. It's teaching them lessons they don't even realize that they're learning. Oh, I believe it, Jerry. I believe it. And that's one of the things that, yeah, there's no common sense that, one of my cousins is a, pediatric psychiatrist, and she said, cognitive thinking is going by the wayside. Critical thinking, they don't have critical thinking skills anymore. And we were talking about this a couple months ago, and she said, it's really sad because in this world, it's not something that's easily taught anymore either, because you don't have to. You have things like Chat GPT, you have Google, you have all these things where that's what saddens me is literally information is at the tip, is at our fingertips. And we seem to be dumber as a nation than we ever were. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Palm Queen. Exactly. And I tell my son, he is, and yes, he's special needs, but I feel like an even bigger responsibility to try and teach these things to him, because they come even harder for him, and trying to get him to understand things like, well, we've been fighting over like house chores here. Me too, Doug. Me too. That's why I just love you guys. Like I said, I may not have like a million people in my chat and stuff, but the ones that I got in here are just, you guys are awesome. We have these great conversations, and you're always cool, even if I'm not sticking. Like some people get real stinky about, well, your title said this. Well, we already did that. Now we're on to something else, and I like that. Oh, thanks, Truth. Thanks. But like trying to get him to understand that you look at this, you're seeing that this is just doing dishes, and that it's just doing laundry, and that it's just doing this. But what I'm seeing is that I'm teaching you how to take care of yourself. I'm teaching you that nobody else is going to come behind you and do this stuff. And that if you want to be in a relationship, whether it's romantic, whether it's friendship, whether it's a work relationship, whatever, you have to understand that you're not always going to get paid for everything that you do. You're not always going to get a pat on the back for everything you do. Sometimes you just do stuff because that's what your responsibility is. And all of these things are teaching you about how to be responsible for yourself. Don't ever rely on anyone else. You should know how to run everything in a household just as much as your partner, your friend, your roommate, or whatever should. That's it. And it's going to be the same at a job. It's going to be the same anywhere that you go. And oh, thanks, Doug. I'm glad you found me too. I'm glad you found all of us. And I like that you guys don't like, it's fun because you guys know the references that I'm talking about when I talk about TV shows and different things like that. Like we're all from that kind of mid era where we all got to enjoy a lot of these same things. And I was talking about summer with my son the other day, and he literally woke up in the morning, got up, ate something, and then went and laid in his bed all day. And I just kind of let him because, he'd been gone to his dad's and stuff like that. But I told him, I said, it's just so different too. Like summers don't feel like summer anymore. I remember just enjoying it so much and being outside and breathing in the air and just all of that. And they don't want to do that anymore. They want to sit there and be on their tablets and be on their phones. And see, that's it too. I'm not going to be my kid's friend. It's not, I told them both, it's not my job to be your friend. And my mom always told me, if you hate me a little bit, then I'm probably doing something right, Oh, exactly. Exactly, Palm Queen. Like, just like thinking back, I was talking to him the other night. I said, being younger, one of my favorite times a day was after being outside all day, coming in and taking that hot shower and getting all cleaned up, and just it was the best shower ever. It was the best, sleep ever. You came home, you got a snack, you watched some TV, and you went to bed, and everything was just great. And that's it. We did rush it. We did rush it and wanted to be grown up so bad. And yeah, you did. You're ready to party, ready to go. And there's that song by Diamond Rio. Was it called Meet in the Middle? And I had a buddy. I lived at one end of the road and my buddy lived at the other. And we used to laugh and say that was our song, because every morning we'd get up, we'd do our chores, and then we'd meet halfway through and we'd just hang out and have fun all day, just riding bikes and going to the gravel pits and riding the back roads and just, See, that's it too. I grew up in that era too, Doug, where like if I was at my friend's house, I could get in just as much trouble there as I could at my own house. It didn't matter. My mom, and if oh, got caught sneaking out one time. Okay, my friend, they lived way out in farmland, and we were gonna be all smart and get out, and we didn't even do anything fun when we snuck out. But her dad caught us coming back because apparently he'd gotten up in the middle of the night and went to the bathroom, and the upstairs toilet was right underneath a window. We thought we were being smart going to the back of the house, climbing up the TV antenna to get back in. And oh man, he was so mad. He didn't even speak to us. That's how mad he was. And we just knew. We got in the house, we put our PJs on and laid down. And we got up the next morning. We heard him get up and he's like, everybody up, and just was mad. And I remember him making us go out. Oh man, he had a list of chores. We had to go out, we had to weed the garden, we had to hang up all the wash, we had to wash the tractor and wax it with turtle wax, the hard stuff. And I remember my mom came to pick me up, and he told her what happened, and she was like, all right. She's like, when you want her back. And so she was dropping me off the next day to go finish the punishment chores and stuff. And oh yeah. And then when we got to my house, if she stayed at my house, then we were just as much in trouble at that house as we were at hers. It didn't matter. Threw a huge house party, an empty house behind mine one night. We didn't get caught, but the cops got called. Asked my grandma if they could sit on her back porch to watch the kids come back. Oh no. See, we used to do that too. We used to out in between the town that I was talking to you about that we went on to the cruise with, in our town, there was a bunch of farmland, and there was pardon me, I didn't mean to smack everybody around, but there was a bunch of abandoned old farmhouses out there that people just, they worked the land, but they didn't need the houses anymore. And they were all, and that's what we would do. We'd go in these old farmhouses and like have parties and stuff like that. And oh my gosh, I remember my one friend, he almost burnt one of the barns down. And I remember going in one of the houses, and we'd gone upstairs to like get away from the big party downstairs. And we were sitting on this bench that was in this bedroom upstairs. And I don't know what, something freaking bit me in the ankle. My whole bottom of my leg swelled up. And I had to I remember going home and having to wear sweatpants and stuff because I didn't want to show my mom. I didn't want her, she'd be pissed if she found out that we were, out there. And oh my gosh. Yeah, so here, and I'm probably lucky I didn't lose a leg from whatever bit me or whatever, and just hit it. I just hit it, didn't let anybody know. My God. Wasn't that the joke that we pretty much died once a weekend and nobody ever knew? We just walked it off and we were all right, and we were from that era, Oh my gosh. And I remember, speaking of Jason and Freddie, oh my gosh, I remember sneaking and renting, it was Halloween. It was the movie Halloween. And we had to wait till my mom went to bed to watch it because she didn't let us, she wouldn't let us watch those scary movies. My dad would let us, if we go to his house, he'd let us sneak those scary movies, but my mom never would. And so we waited till she went to bed, and we went in and put the VCR tape in, and we were sitting on the couch, and I'm at one end with my pillows, and she was at the other end with her pillows. And we had one big comforter over us. We were watching, and I don't know who accidentally touched who, but one of us accidentally touched the other one's foot with our foot. screamed bloody murder, freaked out, woke my mom up. She comes running out, just about killed us because then she sees this horror movie on TV, and oh my God, it was horrible. I got in so much trouble that night. Oh my gosh, Doug. Yikes. That is one of my biggest, knock on wood. I don't even know if everything's plastic around here. Is fire. That's one of my biggest fears is house fires. And when I was going to school, we had a boy that when he was 9 months old, his mom had left him and his 4-year-old brother alone in their trailer and ran up to the store to go get smokes. And while she was gone, the older brother, who was the 4-year-old, was playing with some matches. And the story that he told us, he heard somebody got freaked out because thought he was going to get in trouble. And through the matches, he was hiding under, it was like the old cribs where the sides slid up and down. He was underneath the baby's crib. And he freaked out and left the matches and ran. And it ended up trailers go up quick. And Roy, which was the baby that was in the crib, he lived, but he was burned like horribly disfigured. And I remember him coming to school and telling us what happened. And shortly after that, my neighbor across the street's house caught on fire in the middle of the night. And all the fire trucks and everything woke me out of bed. And that was what started my fear of fires. Oh, wow, Doug. Well, I'm glad that you're here with us and that you came out of it all. You seem to be pretty well adjusted and a kind person, which is, people can go either way. When they've had traumatic lives, they can either set out to hurt people and make them feel the same pain that they did, or they can set out to be a good person. And I think that you have set out to be a good person, and I appreciate that and respect that for sure. Oh, yeah, the cancer sticks. That was back in the day when you could still use the cigarette machines. That's what I always say, I had somebody tell me the other day, like, you are one tough bee. And, the stuff that I've been through and, but that's exactly, I think that's how you have to look at it. It makes you who you are. And I went through a lot of tough stuff growing up, but I've been through a lot of tough stuff now and in the last years. And I don't think that I would have been able to get through it, or I would have been able to figure it out on my own the way I did if I had not gone through the things that I went through before. So even though at the time it seemed like my whole world was collapsing, I've learned so many lessons, both how to be and how not to be, and oh yes. But you had to be careful that they didn't float back up, Jerry. See, we had one of those stupid toilets that floated back up. I got caught because my mom, I don't know why, she was going through one of my purses and she found nicotine or tobacco in the bottom of my purse that had fallen out of the, the soft pack. And she put it on this clear packing tape and taped it to my door. And I thought, oh, well played, lady, well played. So I came home to my purse hanging on the door and that tape with all the... What? You don't know what that is? What? Oh, same here. We appreciate you too, Doug. Uranium! Oh my gosh. Shoo. It is 1:40 in the morning. Can you believe it? So I'm glad you guys are night owls with me. Oh no. Dang it. Dang it. Good night, Canvas. I'm glad you stopped in, boo-boos. We miss you. Like I said, I know you're busy and stuff, so we'll figure out that our paint and crime night. We will. It's whenever you've got time, or then we'll do that. Oh, we love you too, Canvas. We love you too. Hang on, I'm going to mute for a second. Okay, sorry about that. No, I did not. I was packing my mokes. I didn't want to like blow anybody's eardrums out. Oh, and I ended up, just so you guys know too, switching to topic number 143, I am working on those sprays. I went and got some more ingredients for them. So I want to try and make the foot spray and the body spray to match the scrubs and soaks. So I went and got more of that stuff today. So, well, that's how we are. Really and truly, I think my titles are just suggestions, because we kind of like talk about stuff for like the first 10 minutes, like the serious stuff. And then we're like, okay. The day after, what was it? Are you talking about the movie? Are you talking about the movie? Oh, you know what else I forgot to do too? I forgot to put on, see, I forget to stream on like Rumble and stuff like that. I'm never going to be a celebrity all over the internet if I can't remember to do this. Oh, yes. Yep, that was a good one. That was definitely a good one. And that mall in there, that's what our mall is looking like anymore. I heard it just got sold, though. I think the days the malls are gone. There's actually, I'll have to post it in Discord. There's a video. It's, they're like these urbex explorers, and they go through to different malls and different things. They called it abandoned malls. And they toured the mall that was my original mall growing up. I saw it. I think they did it like last year, but I saw a video of it the other day. Oh yeah, I got a really good lawn. I have a lawn chair with a cooler in it too, Doug, and a tent. But I don't want to get arrested. And you know the thing with that though, they're famous now, but they're new to all this, and it's gonna come to an end eventually. People are gonna get bored talking about the same stuff all the time, and it never going anywhere. And I can ride my golf cart. I can. I'll ride my pretend golf cart with my purple disco ball and my purple dingle balls. Playing my Disney music. But no, it's, that's the thing, is it's just like anything else. Is how many cases have we seen this happen? And then all of a sudden, people don't care anymore. And numbers go down and the money quits coming in, so they stop. And that's going to be what it is. When the money stops, they're not going to care anymore. And I'm I'm not saying anything personally about anybody. I'm saying that that's the nature of the beast, and that's how it goes. It happened with Sebastian Rogers. It happened with Quentin Simons. It happened with Summer Wells. And now you see, now they're bringing Summer Wells up again because she made a lot of people a lot of really good money. And they're no closer to finding out what happened to her than they were 5 years ago. She went missing on my oldest son's birthday. That's one of the reasons why I remember her. And sadly, in that case, yeah, yep, Kyron Harmon. That's another one. Yep. He just popped up. There was something that just popped up about him on, I think it was my Facebook the other day. And it happens. And then Monkey Vaughn's another one. All those people that cared, they cared so much until they didn't. Even to the point where his mother found out that they were searching for his body when she hadn't even thought of that at that moment. Found out on YouTube, on social media. Maddie McCain, yep. Yep. And now there was something else that I was reading, and who knows if it's right or wrong, who knows if it's true, but that they're starting to look at the parents in that case. Just gone. And again, everybody was all about it until it quit making them money. I don't know. You know, and they keep saying, keeping people's names out there, keeping people's names out there. But if you can't find them, and there's no new news, and there's no new clues, and nobody's talking, and there's all this circus around it, I don't know. And look at history. Look at all the unsolved cases that there are. I mean, everybody's freaking out about, oh no, what happened? What happened, Doug? I hadn't heard about that. But, does it keep people's names out there, or does it push people to the limit of not caring? I wonder. I don't know. And I've never wanted to be part of that drama and that craziness. I always want to make sure whatever I talk about on here. Oh, I just right before I got on here, I saw a headline about that. Yes. I wonder if it's still on my history. Where are you, history? Is it on there? Where are it? Let me see. Oh. Is this the right one? Let me rewind this. A grandmother has been found dead inside her apartment alongside her daughter and 4 grandchildren after neighbors raised concerns. The circumstances surrounding the family's death remain unclear as investigators suspect that there were... I'm not that fast. The family's death remain unclear as investigators suspect there were no other individuals involved. Mechanicsville, North Albany responded to the apartment around 6:20 p.m. on Tuesday. All of the victims were found inside the apartment of Amy Stedman's 64-year-old grandmother, police said. Stedman's daughter, Sarah Myers, 4 of her 4 children reside elsewhere in the apartment, found dead. 4 children have been identified as Harper Harmon, 13, Hudson Harmon, 11, Gavin Harmon, 10, and Graceland Harmon, 10. All the twins. Investigators are treating this as a criminal investigation while awaiting the results of the autopsies. Preliminary information indicated there was no evidence of any additional individuals involved. No known threat to the public, authorities added. Neighbor told CBS affiliate they hadn't seen the family in about 2 weeks. Mechanicsville Chief of Police Bill Rabbit posted it was too early to characterize the nature of the victims' deaths because the autopsies are still underway and investigators are continuing to gather and verify information. I am not prepared to characterize this incident as a homicide, murder, suicide, or any other manner of death at this time. Tragic incident has deeply affected our community. Our thoughts are with the family members, friends, and all those impacted by this loss. One neighbor of the apartment complex told NBC that she had not seen the family in days. The GoFundMe page shared by Myers before her death painted a picture of struggling but devoted mom turning halfway. A custody dispute. Oh, sorry. Although the fundraiser is no longer publicly available, local reports said the GoFundMe was created by a friend earlier this month. The page described Myers as a survivor of DV who urgently needed help covering legal fees and travel costs. According to local outlets, Myers put aside her pride to ask for assistance, saying her children were more important than anything else. The children's father, Brady Harmon, said he received the devastating news from police at his Utah home. The father had been preparing to reunite with his children after years apart. He said he'd not seen the children since 2019, but had reached an agreement with Myers that would have allowed them to spend the summer with him. I went from I'm seeing my kids to I'll never see my kids again. Ugh. Hope to hell things happen, but nothing like this. He said police did not tell him how the children died and insisted he could not understand what had happened. So this must be from before, because it sounded like this was not what I saw. This was 1 day ago. Okay, that's probably why, because what I saw... Let's see, where's Doug? Doug, where you at? CBS 6, okay.
Good morning. Thank you for coming today. My name is William Rabbit. I'm the chief of the Mechanicsville Police Department. And today I'm joined by Mayor Butler.
Can you guys hear that? Is this the right CBS 6?
I'm joined by Major Robert McConnell. He's the New York State Police Troop G commander, and by Captain Patrick O'Brien and members of the Mechanical Police Department and the New York State Police Major Crimes. I want to begin by acknowledging the profound impact this tragedy has had on our community. Mechanical is a close-knit city. Many residents knew the family involved, have children and grandchildren of their own, or simply cannot comprehend the loss of 6 lives under such heartbreaking circumstances. Our thoughts remain with the family members, friends, neighbors, first responders, and everyone affected by this tragedy. We recognize the seriousness of this situation and the pain it has caused throughout our community. The Mechanical Police Department, in partnership with the New York State Police, remains committed to conducting a thorough and complete investigation while providing as much information as possible without compromising the integrity of the investigation. As you know, the Mechanical Police Department is investigating the deaths of 6 individuals who were discovered inside an apartment at the John S. Moore housing complex located at 2 Harris Avenue in the city of Mechanicsville.
Sorry, I was muted. I was just wondering, like you see this stuff happen. It's horrible. But for a grandmother to do this, like, I wonder, is there maybe like some dementia, or what would cause a grandmother to do this to her grandchildren?
I want to remind everyone that this investigation remains active and ongoing. The information being released today is based on evidence currently available and remains subject to further review as the investigation continues. On June 23rd, 2026, at approximately 6:20 p.m., Mechanical police officers responded to apartment M5 to conduct a requested welfare check. Neighbors reported that they had not seen Amy Stedman for a number of days and became concerned for her welfare. When officers were unable to make contact with Ms. Stedman, building management was contacted and access to the apartment was obtained. Upon entering the residence, officers located 6 deceased individuals. Due to the condition of the remains, immediate identification was not possible. Subsequent investigation and autopsies identified the deceased as Amy Stedman, 64, Sarah Myers, 44.
Well, and that's it, stabbing. Like, that's personal and angry, and something had to be going on mentally. Well, I mean, obviously, but wow.
Harper Harmon, 13, Hudson Harmon, 11, Gavin Harmon, 10, and Graceland Harmon, 10. Amy Stedman was the mother of Sarah Myers and the grandmother of the 4 children. Further investigation determined that Sarah Myers and the children resided elsewhere within the same apartment complex. Given the magnitude of this incident, the Mechanical Police Department immediately requested assistance from New York State Police Major Crimes Unit, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and Forensic Investigation Unit. Those resources responded immediately and have worked alongside our investigators throughout this entire case. On June 24, 2026, autopsies were conducted by Dr. Michael Sikorica at Albany Medical Center. During those examinations, it was determined that one of the children suffered fatal, sharp force injuries. At this time, however, the causes and manners of death for all 6 individuals remain pending additional investigation and toxicology testing. I will say that there is recovered evidence inside the apartment to indicate intentional poisoning, to include numerous prescription and over-the-counter medications. We understand the public's desire to identify someone to hold responsible. However, it is important that this investigation be completed thoroughly and professionally before final conclusions are reached. Based on the evidence collected to date, including evidence recovered from inside the residence, investigators believe these deaths occurred entirely within the apartment and have found no evidence indicating the involvement of any outside individual. There remains no threat to the public. Evidence recovered during the investigation, including a handwritten note and other circumstantial evidence, strongly suggests that Amy Stedman was involved in the deaths. However, final determinations regarding responsibility will be made only after all investigative findings, toxicology results, and medical exam reviews have been completed. I would like to thank the New York State Police, our local law enforcement partners, emergency responders, housing authority personnel, and all those who have assisted during this very difficult investigation. Most importantly, I would like to thank the residents of this community for their patience, compassion, and support during what is an incredibly difficult time. We will continue to provide information as it becomes available and when it is appropriate to do so. I just want to remind everybody that This only happened a day and a half ago. So officers found 6 deceased individuals at that time. And an investigation like this takes a considerable amount of time to get right. So while I wanted to give relevant information at the appropriate time, there are still a lot of things, a lot of parts of this case that I can't discuss. You're going to get that response from me a lot today. I know there's still a lot of questions out there, and I want to answer them, and I will in due time. But right now, I have to stick to what I can release, and I want to maintain, obviously, the integrity of the investigation. So I will take a few questions. I cannot get into the authorship of the note at this time, nor the contents of what was in it.
What in the wording of the note indicated that the grandmother, that Amy would have been primarily responsible?
Again, I can't get into the contents of that.
Aside from the grandmother, is the mother also a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Aside from the grandmother, is the mother also a suspect?
So until we get the cause and manner certified, we can't speculate on the involvement of all persons. I can't speak to the exact drugs that were found. They were prescription and over-the-counter medications, I can tell you that.
Based on the findings, how long do you think the bodies were there?
Well, the bodies were definitely there for an extended period of time. I can't speculate as to the number of days, but it was such that making identification at the house was difficult, well, impossible to do. It had to come through the autopsy process.
Have you made contact with the child's father?
We've made contact with the father.
Were the kids enrolled in public school?
So the kids were not enrolled in public school. They were homeschooled.
They were homeschooled.
Yes.
Were they homeschooled by the mom?
I don't have the answer to that.
Can you say where the person was found and what's removed?
I can't speak to that right now.
Did anyone who committed suicide?
Well, and that's what I'm wondering. Like, when was this from? One day ago. So he said it happened like June 25th. Okay. That's what I'm wondering. Do they know that it was definitely the grandmother? Or was it the mother? But
We don't have that.
The note.
We don't have a certified cause or manner of death yet, so I can't speak to that.
And the note you found was why this happened? Is that what the note was?
Unfortunately, I can't comment as to the specifics of the note.
Can you say which child received the force?
I respect for the family right now, and people still being notified and hearing this for the first time. I'm going to. I can't confirm that. I can't confirm that name. I'm sorry.
Was she under CPS investigation?
So some CPS investigations we're obviously not privy to. They conduct their own investigations, and I can't speak for another agency, so I'm going to decline that.
There were reports that Sarah was involved in Nancy Custom. Can you elaborate on that?
I can't elaborate on that. I can't confirm that. Again, as part of the investigation.
Does the father live in the area?
The father does not live in the area. The father lives in Utah.
We got built up bail and now obviously private education.
I don't have that information right now. I can tell you that the neighbor was concerned about not having seen the resident there for quite a period of time. That's why I did that. And with that, I thank you all for being here.
Chief, I just wanted to clarify. One person had injuries, the rest were poisoned. Yes.
He not talking to you, sister. He done. He's done. That's what I'm wondering. Did the grandmother... did she do it because she was trying to protect them? Because it said there was some DV between the husband and wife, or the ex-husband. Or, yeah, because they say they were married. That's what was it mom? Did mom make it look like it was grandma? Take everybody out? Did grandma do it because, or was there some sickness with the over-the-counter medications plus prescriptions? Like, I have a friend right now whose mother is she's starting to have show signs of dementia, and a couple weeks ago, she called me, and she was really upset because she said that her dad had talked to her and said that he woke up in the middle of the night, and her mom was in the kitchen with a knife, and when he came in the kitchen was threatening him, and he had to talk to her, calm her down, make her realize that she knew who he was, and took the knife away from her and got her back in bed, and she was fine after that. But could it be something like that? Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one that I'll be watching too, because I did see that this morning and I thought it was just sad. Just sad that I don't know, I look at both my sons and I just don't know how anybody in their right mind could look at a child and harm them at all. I don't understand. That's exactly it, Doug. That's exactly it. Good night, Jerry. Sweet dreams. Dream about all those fun 80s and 90s nostalgic things we talked about. Only the good stuff. But it's living so close to Flint and that being part of it's something. I'm glad you said that, because I saw it right before I came on, and I was wondering. I thought, oh my gosh, and now this is live crime chat, late live crime chat. That's a crime, and it's just so sad, though. It really, I look at both my boys, and I mean, I have a 17-year-old and a 17-year-old and a 5-year-old. Okay, and if any of you are parents, you know that they can literally find the crazy button, the nuke button that sits right in the middle of your soul. Okay, they can find it, they zero in on it, and they can push it to its limits. But I still would never in a million years bring any kind of harm to them. Even to save them from something, if I thought that just wouldn't. I don't know. It's just so sad. And and like I said, you said that about, what stories get attention and what don't. I don't know. You see a story like Gabby Petito, for instance. That was all over the whole world. There were YouTubers streaming it left and right, making bank off all of that. But she was young, she was pretty, and she was blonde. Right? And just look at a lot of these cases that have gotten like the huge national attention. I'm not just talking on YouTube, but I'm talking about on CNN, on NBC, on the nightly news, on anything, on posters, on anything. I think it really is sad. And what about the stories gets the most attention? Right? That bothers me too. And it goes back to, I think it's a good place for us to come back to, because it goes back to like what we were talking about before. What happens with a lot of these cases is they become the charades and the circuses of people that just want to make money off of it, and it turns into not about finding somebody or about finding justice, or it sounds really good when you say that, but it becomes about deeds to properties, and it becomes about people's criminal records, and it becomes about restraining orders, and about parking tickets, and Like, that's, and the person, the real person and the real family that's hurting or that's lost somebody is completely forgotten. And I'm going to have to look up these numbers. And I know some people like this lady, some people don't. It's that Kelly girl. She was on that show Cold Justice. If any of you are familiar with that show. And I think I told you about this because oh, exactly. The Elenas, the Gabbies, the Jodys. Yeah. Yeah. They're aesthetically pleasing looking people that people want to help. If I got lost, some people just let me stay gone, okay? Chubby little German girl from the Thumb area, Michigan. Bye. You know, I mean, sorry. But I can't remember how many unsolved essay and grape cases there were in the city of Flint. And it was simply because they didn't have the funding to be able to pay for DNA testing and the forensic testing on these kits and things like that for these women. And nobody cared because a lot of the women were they're prostitutes and they were addicts, and not all of them, but a lot of them. And nobody cared. The people that had the control of the money and the control of what things happened didn't care. The detectives cared. The police officers cared. The people at the hospital that had to fix their wounds and their broken bones, they cared. But the people that funded those people to be able to do their job, they didn't care. And she brought that show in and they solved like 4, I believe it was 4 or 5, maybe even more. I'm going to look that up. But unsolved simply because nobody cared enough to look for these women or to do the forensic testing on their kits to find out what happened. Now this is something else that I told Truth the other day. I was telling her about it, and I need to take a day and really dig into this and look. But we have a possible serial killer here in Flint, okay? Well, he's gone now. He's dead. But in the Flint, Genesee County, and surrounding areas. Oh, exactly. And that's exactly what this is about, Doug. There was, and I believe that this man is tied to that. If they found him, I believe that this is him. A couple months ago, a property was sold, and the people that bought it started excavating to do some repairs and landscaping, whatever, to the property. And when they did, they found the remains of 4 women, 4 people. They said, I believe they're women, in this backyard. And it traces back to this man who has passed away now. But he had a report of a couple years before he passed away of a young woman who was running. She was unclothed and she was running away screaming from his property, and the police were called. And when they came out, she just wanted a ride home. She didn't want to make a report. She didn't want to make a complaint. Nothing ever came of it. She was a prostitute, and I think she was more in trouble. She was more afraid of being in trouble for being a prostitute than, and she probably knew that nobody was going to care about her or get her justice or whatever, because what were you doing out there in the first place, you know? And it made me think. I watched a documentary on Elaine Murdaugh last night too, and it made me think about this too. When I lived in Flint, it was the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, and there was a rash of women going missing. And they were finding bodies not far from where I lived, unfortunately, and in some of the parks in Flint and things like that. And the thing that these women all had in common is they were prostitutes or addicts, and they were, in bad areas, bad situations. They didn't deserve to lose their lives because of it. They couldn't figure out who this guy was. And he was moving as he was dropping off bodies. He was going like from the city, like out west from here. Well, oddly enough, that's where his property is that they found these bodies on. And now they are starting to wonder if he is connected to all those women being found in Broome Park and in Woodlawn Park and all the different places, all between Flint and all the way out to where his house is now. And to 8 murders on hiking trails here in the Berkshire, another 25 or 30 across the state. Wow. And see, a lot of times they don't want to categorize them. And we kept saying back then, my neighbors and I were like, there's a serial killer. And I remember that we were in that area. Everything was very heightened because we kind of started not going to the store by ourselves at night, not, running here and running there. And, I'm not sure right now they are trying to identify the people that they found. There's something going on right now. His son had come out and made a statement asking people to please leave him alone because I guess people are just going wild on him, like blaming him. And oh, definitely. Yeah. Well, I just remember being worried because some of the areas where they had found 2 girls in some parks that were to the east of my house. And then they found a girl, I mean, literally right on the side of the road on this main highway, big 5-lane road. Just on the side of the road. And at that same time, we also had that guy that was, in fact, they thought it was him at first, but then I can't remember his name. Like, he was killing men. He was finding, like killing gay male prostitutes, and he was finding men. Well, the one man, okay, this is scary as hell. This is when I was going to school for medical coding, insurance specialty, and medical office administration. Oh, another side to Cutsy, you guys didn't know. But where the school was that I went, right across the street was an Italian restaurant, and then the driveway went all the way back behind it, and there was one of those what is it? Like Motel 8 or like Red Roof Inn, like one of those, like, I mean, it wasn't a nice place to stay, but it was yeah, ugh. But I had gone to school that night and I worked during the day. So I went to school from 5 to 10 o'clock at night. And we'd gotten out, got in our cars. We got out early that night, actually, because we had, yeah, exactly, a cockroach hotel. It was nasty. And like, the prostitutes stay there, and, people, you can rent it by the hour or by the month, It was, I think, but it wasn't a Motel 6, yeah. But it wasn't a Motel 6 even. Like, I think it was like an off-brand, kind of like, isn't there one with an 8 in it somewhere? I don't know. I don't go anywhere, so, but we got out early that night because we'd had an exam. And so we took one of our exams, and it was like 9 o'clock. Well, apparently, like at 9:30, this guy, his name was like Elias or something like that. Super 8. That's what I was thinking. Super 8. Yeah. And it wasn't even one of those, though. It was like Bob's Motel or something like that at the time. I can't remember. But But he stabbed him right in the driveway, like right across the street from our school. And like he did it at like 9:30. And that was one of our last breaks. We would go out at 9:30, have a 5-minute cigarette break, and then go back into class for the next half hour. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, like it just happened that we got out a half hour and before he could have like come walking up on us and done something. I mean, it's so scary. Like, oh my gosh. So um they ended up catching him though, because his last victim he didn't kill. And he was able to they were able to do like a sketch, and yeah, it's like one of those ones where it's just like a one room kind of thing. And in fact, there was also some drama there because a couple years ago, it was found that a couple of the sheriff's deputies were taking, like, whenever they would pick up girls, it's similar to that whole sheriff judge situation down south. Um, they were picking up girls, and on their way to take them to jail, they were taking them to this hotel and, like, renting it for, like, an hour and, like, getting their rocks off, and then they weren't like, in exchange, they would, like, maybe, like, just arrest them for, I don't know, like, a lesser charge and, like, throw out, like, if they found rugs on them or something like that, you know? Um, it was a big thing, and they ended up, it was right before the sheriff that we have now came in, um, and there's a big court case and everything about it, and just skeevy, just ugh, what a jerks. But yeah, like a no-tell motel is what my mom always used to call them. But there was a man that was staying at that hotel, like, like he was paying rent there, staying there, and he was walking back from, I think there was a bar down the road. He was, like, walking back from the bar to go to his room. He was going down that driveway, and that guy took him out right in the driveway. No vacancy, yes. Oh my gosh, I spit on your I haven't seen that in forever. And then what's that other one? What were we talking about the other day? Identity? Was it you I was talking about that with? I know we were talking about 1408, but Identity. Did you ever watch Frailty, by the way? Because I'm telling you. And I know you got theories, but I got to tell you about that whole thing. That morning before RN came out and was talking about the rest of the cipher, that I saw when I woke up that morning that my news feed was talking about that little boy, Ation. He had his life taken back in like the 80s. And then I believe his murderer got like the murder charge reversed, but now they just made a decision where they're going to put back into state the murder charge so his family doesn't have to go through another trial. I woke up that morning and I said, now watch. Yes, I said, now watch. I said, he's going to say that his dad was responsible for that too. And I thought, if he says that, then I know something's up. And what happened? Like, I don't know if the rest is but that I was like, did I just make that happen? Am I magic? Did he read my brain? So I had to tell you that. I forgot. I was going to put that in Discord, and I forgot to tell you. I got a giggle over that. I was like, "Ooh, I should have wrote that down. I should have put that somewhere dated so that I could prove that I thought that morning." Uranium. I'm just kidding. But no, I thought about that. It's magic. I am magic. A magic cutscene. My coven. See, I didn't hear. I hadn't heard them. The only ones that I heard was uh the Patriots Pride one. That was the only ones that I had heard, because I tried on the sleuth intuition, and my ADHD got me. I will admit, I was like, oh. And I couldn't make it through this last one. I tried. I really, really tried to follow along, but my head started hurting, and we had Snickers ice cream bars. I was like, la 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 la. I went wandering around. There was some drama going on in the drama community, so I wandered in there, listened to that. Yeah. I'm glad I think I'm in my own genre. I was thinking that the other night. What community am I in? I think I'm just in mine. I don't really fit in with anybody else. Holly Dasso. That Holly Dasso, that was the one on the train track bridge, right? Oh, they're so good, Truth. I'm lactose intolerant though, so I have to like really, really like want one bad. But um oh, my littlest loves them. And he will come up and be like, "Mom, please? Please please give me, I need an ice cream bar." I want to make and I did it the other night. I made chocolate chip cookies. We were going to make homemade ice cream sandwiches because I have those little a bunch of those little vanilla, they're the little cups, and you just take those, soften up the outside, cut it in half and stick it between the two cookies and then freeze them, and oh, they're so good. But we ended up eating all the cookies, so well, the boys did. I got 2 cookies out of it. And my oldest ate 6 in one serving. My littlest ate 4 and then told me he had a bellyache. They were so good though. There's nothing like hot chocolate chip cookies. I can't help it. They're so good. And I told you all about the McDonald's chocolate chip cookies and the fried pies. I send myself into a sugar shock. But oh. Oh, and Kayla Day is that Luke's girlfriend or his? That's the one, she got arrested the day before the raid, wasn't it? Yeah, because the 13, wasn't the 13 supposed to represent the victims, wasn't it? I wish I could find it and try. I keep every once in a while searching for that that documentary that I watched. Well, and that would make more sense because of some of the theories that are coming out about Zodiac now. I actually saved it. I screenshotted it. Now, the Burger Chef one, I'm having a lot of trouble with that one, though. Just because of where it came from, I guess. But I don't know. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, like I said, I made copies of it. Or I took a copy of it because I do want to look it over. I want to, like, I just want to get my brain on it. I need, like, it's going to be like, I'm just going to have to be in one of those moods and I have to sit down with my highlighter and go at it. I have 4 different colors of highlighters. Oh, violent. What did I say? I can't remember now. I'm trying to remember. Because, see, I watched the other cipher thing after that, and my brain blew out. That's what... I'm going to have to think about that now, because now I can't remember. Lord... Yeah. Yeah, the Grand Theft Auto, yeah. I remember that. I have the article saved somewhere. But I remember that coming out. Ouch. But I thought it was the earlier game. I thought it was the earlier game, too. I'm going to have to go back. I think I wrote it down. Because I did go and look into that. Because I was talking about it. Well, I talked about it with my son, too. And he said that he believed it was just like an Easter egg in there. I'll find that article. I do not know why I'm drawing a total blank. My God, what is wrong with me? I'm old and it's 2:30 in the morning. I think that's what's wrong with me. But no, it was something about like a 2017? Why is that date sticking in my head? It's in there rolling around. Yeah. Shoot, Truth, what was I talking about? I know I was talking about Grand Theft Auto. Because I've got to find it. I've got my notebook written down where because I was listening to some of the stuff that he was saying. And I did have like certain key points and stuff written down about certain dates and certain things that happened at that time. But I also saved that cipher. Not the Burger Chef one, not the one off the game, but the one that he had sitting out there. Well, and what was 2017? I'm confused now too. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, the murders were back in like 1978. Oh, I'm gonna have to find that now to refresh my memory. I think that's the problem. I've had like a million I've had a million theories about all of this because every time I hear something that he says, I think something different. I don't know. I'm still on the fence. No, he's supposed to come back. Is he supposed to do another? Well, then what's the one on the menu? The child's menu, because wasn't there another name on that? I thought that was on the menu. Or am I getting that confused? I'm gonna have to chug my coffee when when he does that. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay, on the menu. Okay, so I wasn't sure if I had heard that wrong or not. Yeah. It's the word find, right? I just got lost because I couldn't understand how symbols kept changing their meaning. But I am listening and I'm trying to follow along. No, so I'm talking about the one before that where he was talking about like the half moons and it would have been the one before that then. Not the Burger Chef one, because that's right. He was talking about the other one and how it said some of the very same things. Well, and it was like it was yeah, that certain things would mean something at one time and then they would mean something else at another time. And so how did he figure that out? Is that like, does that make I feel like I'm not making sense. Like and that's what I didn't understand. So that's why I want to listen to the rest of what he has to say to see. Ouch. And somewhere it's somewhere where I want to try and find that too. His brother, I thought, spoke to someone. Yeah, that's what I feel like. Is because I said so exactly. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Sorry, I needed another strawberry thing. Let's see. Let's see. I don't think it's that one. Well, I can't find that one, but I did find a cute book series on little detectives. There's a decoder wheel we could buy off Amazon. It's for escape rooms, though. That probably won't work. I don't need to get out of an escape room. Probably have to look on like eBay or something like that. And I don't need my extremely smart kid to know how to cipher and code things, okay? I already can't understand him most of the time when he talks to me anyway. That's why we call him FBI Doug. Well, that explains why I'm getting like little people books. Thanks, Doug. There it is. There we go. Voila. Like, is Doug reading little people books? Is this what we're coming to now? I mean, cool if you are, but there's actually some pretty good ones. Just let me tell you. The Young Detective Handbook. Would-be detectives will revel in this intriguing book crammed full of crime detection ideas, hints, and activities, beginning with suggestions and safety precautions for becoming involved in actual crime spotting. Butler then turns to detecting for fun, showing how to develop skills in fingerprinting, devise and solve secret codes, analyze clues, prepare disguises, and conceal secret messages. Tips on organizing a detective club are given along with rules for sleuthing games. Yeah, nope. Not going to let my super smart kid have this. Nope. We said a very long time ago that he was going to be smart, and we had two choices. We could either really, really make sure that we set him in a positive direction, because he was either going to be a superhero or he was going to be like an evil sidekick that was going to take over the world. So, no. He was sitting there telling me today about some train that he saw on his phone and telling me about all the wheel components and the engines and all this stuff. I know what it was. It was a GM tried to make a train. He's really into right now finding like engineering, like bloopers, like the spruce goose, all that kind of stuff. And he found this train that GM built to look like a Buick. And it was built on bus chassis. And it used like these really little motors or something because of the weight. And I had no idea I did absorb a little bit of what he was talking about, but for the most part, yeah, no, I had no idea what he was talking about at all. So it's like, oh my gosh, okay. So he's probably going to grow up and revolutionize the train industry. That's what we're hoping. But sorry, I didn't mean to blow your eardrums out. I'm still getting used to having this. I got to get this microphone in like a better spot so I'm not blowing everybody's eardrums out. I started taking some notes, but I squirreled. I really did. I took notes. Kind of in the middle. And then I just like, I can't help it. I have ADHD really bad. And if somebody just keeps like talking in circles, like I'm just like, woo. Like, it totally loses me. I can't help it. Yeah. I think that was part of it. 'Cause I tried to like rewind a little bit and then I'm like, and I was trying to read comments. And then, like I said, there was something popping off somewhere else. I knew there was because I started getting all these notifications for all these people going live out of like the trauma community. So I'm like, well, what's going on over there? So I went over there and I'm like peeking in there to see who's fighting with who. It's all of them. So, they're, oh well. And then I came back and I think I fell asleep. I can't remember what happened. That was the night I fell asleep and then I woke back up in the middle of the night. I'm trying to think. What did I watch? I watched something I was going to tell you guys about. Now I can't remember what it was. Darn it. I don't know. I'll remember it eventually. But listen, guys, I have been on here now in 30 seconds. It will be 4 hours. So I need to get in bed because I got to get up tomorrow. My oldest is going to go hang out at his dad's house. So I got to get him up and out. And driver's has to work tomorrow. So it'll be just me having to keep my little minion chill. So I am going to head to bed. Oh, is that the Patriot Pride guy? Yeah, definitely. It definitely was a good chat. So I really appreciate you guys. I had a good night. Tired, but it was a good night. So everybody have a great one. Thanks for hanging out. And please hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't. Hit the like and hit that subscribe if you want to come back, and the notification bells, so when we go live again. Yeah, he did. I liked how he didn't really give opinions or anything. He just let him talk. So, I think that's the best way. And then let people decide for themselves if they believe him or not. And either way, he gets out what he's got to get out, right? And If it's real, then hopefully the authorities will take it seriously and do something about it. And if it's not, then it's not, you know. So, all right, guys. Yeah. So, again, thank you very much for coming in and for hanging out all night. And I will see you again. I'll be doing my best to keep up on all this stuff. And I do want to keep, I want to keep my eye on that case with that grandmother and find out what happened. That's just so sad. So, hopefully they can figure out what happened and they can get the justice that those little kids deserve. And yeah, so all right, everyone, have a great night. Said again, hit the thumbs up if you haven't and the subscribe button on your way out. And I will see you guys later. Good night. Peace, love, and claws, y'all.